Chair Hartman and myself and Matt Pontius from the CEO's office. We were all there yesterday for a tour. The pictures are dramatic, but they really don't do justice to the devastation that occurred there. It's just amazing how powerful that water was. I want to make you aware of another incident that happened simultaneously with that one. Our county air support unit helicopter was called in to do a secondary search of that incident while it was going, just to make sure that we had gotten everybody safely out of that park. And on their way home, they were trying to find a way to punch through the storm to get up over the mountains to get back to Santa Ynez, where their hangar is. They had the door open, and they were flying over Refugio Road up by Circle Bar B. They had the door open to the helicopter, and they just happened upon a woman who was waving a blanket around on top of her car, and she was trapped in a low area on Refugio Road in very great danger of being washed away into the current. She was surrounded by water. That crew made a snap decision to go into a hover in a driving rainstorm, I will add, and lowered a rescuer, packaged the woman, pulled her back up into the helicopter, and went back to Santa Barbara Airport, landed, and put her with an AMR ambulance unit that gave her medical attention. She was cold and shook up. And then they parked it for the remainder of the storm and quit while they were ahead. But they did a really good job and very likely saved this woman's life. We also, of course, had the undermined apartment building and cliff collapse at Del Playa. Our crews there made a really good decision to empty out those buildings. As Director Lewin said, those people that were displaced have now found semi-permanent housing. They have beds, and the building department is now assessing the structural soundness of those buildings. So over the weekend, we had 18 calls for power lines down, 22 trees into buildings or roads, big spike in vehicle accidents. We had 23 vehicle accidents over the weekend, 2 fairly significant structure fires, and as we've mentioned, several water rescues, one involving a helicopter. But generally speaking, everything went the way it was supposed to go this weekend. I think we were prepared, and if we get another set of these storms, I think we'll probably do things very similarly. I think things worked really well. So with that, I can take any questions you have. Yes, sir.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Thank you,
Supervisor Williams, and Supervisor Wolf.
I don't know if this is a question for you, but might be the CEO. First off, I just want to say you guys, Rob, everybody did a great job. Outstanding work. I'm curious, with the extra crews and everything that you brought on, does the state of emergency, are we able to recapture any of those costs? Are you tracking those, or how does that work, or is it just something we bite the bullet on?
Chair and Supervisor, well, we're tracking everything right now. We have a code now to make sure that all the time is captured. We've also asked all the agencies as well as the other jurisdictions to start accumulating damage assessment and costs, so and we'll be submitting those to the state. We don't have our arms around yet whether the governor's declaration will include this part of the storm. And as that evolves, it usually takes some time. We'll be ready to be able to put in for those reimbursements.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I know one of the concerns at El Capitan Canyon was whether a secondary storm, if it was greater, would hit the debris, some of which may have been blocking the Caltrans channel, but of course we couldn't tell because there was so much debris in front of the Caltrans channel. After that was removed, what was the result of that? I mean, did we just luck out that the second storm was less severe than we were expecting, or was the Caltrans channel cleared? Was it cleared by Caltrans, or was it cleared by the private owner? What ended up happening?
Well, we definitely want to give credit to the landowner for their efforts that morning in clearing the channel. It was all on private land before, and then it hits the county road, and then of course the state highway, and then into the state park. Also, credit goes to the state park and Coast Guard for expediting the removal of the debris that was on that side of the highway. We lucked out. The storm was not as great as predicted. However, it was certainly strong and on the heels of the other one. storm prediction, as good as we are in this era with satellites and other tools, is hard to do because there are periods where you can have a cell sit over a certain area and drop a considerable amount of rain. At the top of the ridge above the burn area, there was almost 4 inches of rain during that storm. So when the flooding occurred, so you can see all of that runoff coming down. The effort was good and it made a difference, and the landowner should be credited for that.
And Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rob and Eric, I want to thank you both for excellent response. Just to Rob, having you at the EOC and watching, just seeing the alerts that we're getting as board members, I think has been exceptional. Seeing you at the helm of our Emergency Operations Center is very reassuring for me, and I think you're doing an excellent job. I think as I recall, this is maybe the first large incident since you've been on board, absent the fires that were just mentioned. So I think the professionalism from you and your staff and all of our associated agencies has been tremendous. And I just, as we all hate to see these things happen, I think that communication to us and to the public is so important, not to mention the response that the folks out in the field are doing. Eric, I think thank you for bringing up the issue of our air support, and the exceptional work that they're doing. This could have been a very tragic scene, but I think everyone pulling together, and I think that's the whole substance of an emergency response, is collaboration and cooperation among agencies. So, we definitely saw that. I also want to thank Matt Pontes. We've been in contact a little bit about some other issues, and also with Public Works Department on certain things that are going on in the 2nd District, and the response from all of our agencies and departments in the county has been exceptional as well. So, I think that alert that you mentioned, that really loud alert, scared the dickens out of me, because I always thought it was for the missing children. As soon as I got the first one, I called Tom Fayram, who reassured me what it was all about. So, anyway, good that everyone is. Also,
Thank you, Chair and Supervisor. I think I so appreciate that you are asking me to say it. We need everybody to go to Aware and Prepare, spelled out one word with the word and, awareandprepare.org. And it's very simple. Click the red button that says register and fill in the information, and you will get all the alerts. We have over about 6,500 people signed up right now, and we want that to grow a lot. And thank you.
Praises for the coordination and the seamless support people felt. Thank you. Ms. Miyasato, is that it for
That
your-
concludes our report this morning. Thank you.
And we do have a public in, yes. Sorry,
We're having trouble with our mics.
Supervisor.
Part of this, and I don't want Mr. Fayram could just take a second to let folks at us and kind of what position we're in, because I think everybody thinks we're out of the drought.
fix the mic, so we're going to take a 5-minute break while we Okay, we're reconvening our meeting after addressing our technical difficulties. We do record these meetings. That's part of the official public record, so we need to make sure the mics are working for that purpose. We've had the CEO's report, and we do have a public comment. Mr. Caldwell in Santa Maria would like to comment. Oh, Tom.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. Over the course of the last 25 years, I've written approximately 1,500 op-eds in area newspapers, and the only theme that I have repeated about a dozen times has to do with the subject matter on this emergency report that you received. And invariably, I have titled these pieces Fires, Floods, and Fools. And the gist of it is that, as your Emergency Services Director mentioned, fires and floods are a recurring tandem catastrophe in our region. I've lived on the Central Coast almost my entire life, and these cycles keep coming. And here's the main point. Mother Nature is not benign. Mother Nature is not benign. And if we don't use our engineering skills and our technological skills in advance of the coming fires and floods, disaster awaits us. We're lucky that dozens of people were not dead. Dozens of people could have been washed away to their death here and then a few years ago at La Conchita. And the question is what can we do about it? Well, we'll all say, well, it started with the fire. Well, that was the event. What was the non-event? The non-event was a control burn. We have areas of this county that have not burned in 50 to 100 years. And if we allow wildfires to ravage huge swaths of land, it makes reseeding efforts really hard. It makes putting out the fires really hard, and the fires themselves can cause death and destruction. But it makes these flood situations almost impossible to avoid. And so the question is why aren't we doing control burns? Supervisor Williams, part of this is a state policy. We need state law change to allow us to do control burns, which are constrained for one or two reasons: air quality issues and or issues dealing with habitat and chaparral. And this Gaviota Coast plan and some of the Goleta plans and the Toro Canyon plans that you approved actually protects some of this chaparral and habitat from either control burns, fire breaks, or the like. So the point here is we're lucky that the county and the state don't have blood on their hands as a result of the policies that set us up for these disasters. And it's not just residents and tourists who are in harm's way, it's our emergency response personnel who could die trying to rescue somebody. So we would like you to have a policy discussion about breaking the cycle of fires, floods, and fools. Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell. And Mr. Fayrum, you have a report for us today?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just in response to Supervisor Lavanino's question about Cachuma, I wanted to first just point out regarding the Refugio El Capitan, this is our reporting rainfall gauge from Friday, and then on the following Sunday, and you can see the relative magnitude of rainfall and what caused that traumatic flood. These are hourly increments, so just as background, you can certainly see, the rainfall that caused that. On to Cachuma. First of all, you may have heard that Gibraltar Reservoir, owned by the city of Santa Barbara, above Cachuma, spilled at about 1 a.m. last night, so it began spilling. That starts to feed almost the entire watershed into Lake Cachuma, which is good news. So Gibraltar now is full and spilling, and the response of Lake Cachuma has come up on the order of over 7 feet since before these storms started. So the response at Cachuma will really start to pick up as we get additional rainfall with our saturation levels where they are and with Gibraltar spilling. As for a spill date, I'm sorry, can't help you with that one, Supervisor. But the good news is being that we are, I think Director Lewin mentioned we're in January still, and so there is a lot of winter ahead of us, and so the opportunity to put more water into Kachuma certainly exists in front of us. And our one last show, our rainfall to date is about 163% of average. I don't like to use percent of normal, or percent of average, because I don't know what normal rainfall is. It's a combination of extremes. And so average, we're 163% of average, and our watershed indicators all point to the potential for inflow into our reservoirs, which is very good. And I would also mention that Twitchell Reservoir up in the North County has taken several thousand acre feet of inflow and will continue to do so in future, which helps recharge the Santa Maria groundwater basin. So all that is good news, as well as the Santa Maria River flowing helps recharge our groundwater basins in the North County. So from a water supply perspective, the disasters aside, this is all good news.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino.
Madam Chair, and I don't know about what happened with after Gibraltar spilled, but just looking on the website, though, that the thing that was sobering to me was that there was actually, I think we're like 7,000 acre feet short in Kachuma of where we were year to date on this date last year. So when people think we're way ahead, we're actually short of where we were last year at this date. And we're only, I think, 11% full at Kachuma. So I just want people to have this global view that we are nowhere near close.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I think Supervisor Lavanino's point is dead on. We are behind last year. This inflow is good news. And even if we were to get significant inflow into Kachuma and even fill Kachuma, we saw how short of a period of time it took to get Kachuma to where it is, and we need to reevaluate how we draft Kachuma Lake. And it points to the fact that our water supply issues are not over, even with a full Kachuma.
Thank you. And now we're turning to our administrative agenda, and I'd like first to have item A20, a resolution of a commendation, read into the record. Mr. Allen.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item A20, this is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. This is a resolution of commendation honoring Dylan Tikotz from the Community Services Department as the January 2017 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And if Dylan would come on up, and I think George Chapchian is here as well, our Community Services Director, I'll read the resolution into the record. Whereas Dylan Tikotz began his career with the county in 2015 as an accountant 2 with the Community Services Department, and he was in the Housing Community Development Division. Due to his diligence and astute grasp of public accounting, he was promoted within 10 months to a cost analyst 1. And whereas Dylan, a certified public accountant, brings a high level of fiscal technical skill to developing federal grant cost analysis, understanding convoluted program regulations, and multifamily affordable housing lending. Whereas through his audits and reviews of HCD's loan portfolio, Dylan oversaw the county's affordable housing loan portfolio, which yielded over $1 million in loan repayments this year. And whereas Dylan is an avid soccer enthusiast and a talented racquetball player, but he's yet to face off against the department director for fear of defeating him. And whereas Dylan is also extremely personable, able to convey complicated fiscal information to a non-fiscal audience, and always willing to help his colleagues. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes Dylan as our Santa Barbara County Employee of the Month for 2017, January. Thanks.
Madam Chair, members of the board. Dylan's 6'3", young. I'm not sure who has the advantage in the racquetball game, but we'll see in a few months. I'm really proud to work and honored to work with an individual like Dylan. I've worked with him for a year and a half now. I've been here a year and a half, and he's made a tremendous impact on the department. We've been working with residual receipts, with the homeless programs and with affordable housing programs, and we're able to bring that money back and reinvest it into the community. So he's had a tremendous impact on how much money comes back to the department and then goes back out to build affordable housing for folks who need it. So again, team player, true team player, tremendous employee. You know, if we had more like Dylan, we have a lot of young people in our department, and I'm proud to be working with these type of individuals in this county. So great individual. Dylan, you want to say?
There we go. Thank you, George, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you very much. I'm truly honored to be receiving this award today. I've got to be honest, it was entirely unexpected. I was pretty surprised to find out that I had been nominated, having only been here for 15 months. But not only that, working in the Housing and Community Development Division and with the program staff and seeing the work that they do on a daily basis and the services that they're able to provide to the many disadvantaged people throughout the communities within the county. To me, it's kind of that sort of work that merits this kind of recognition. So I may be the one before you guys today receiving the award, but to me, this is really kind of a team award for all of HCD. The program staff, they've been fantastic. I came here to the county 15 months ago knowing absolutely nothing about affordable housing programs or homelessness prevention or anything like that. And they've been very patient with me as I've tried to get a handle on these different federal and state programs and all the lovely complexities and nuances that come along with them. CSD, the fiscal team, Andrew Myung, Ryder Bailey, Michelle Jordan, who was the cost analyst before me with HCD when I was hired on as the accountant. I owe a whole lot to them. I certainly wouldn't be in a position to be here before you or possibly not even had the opportunity to be promoted to the cost analyst position if I didn't have such a great team surrounding me. And they did a fantastic job kind of coaching me up, and I didn't have any experience with governmental accounting either, so I owe a lot to them. Finally, CSD and Parks. I don't really work with them directly a whole lot, but they are in the office with us, and I interact with them on a day-to-day basis, and I'd just like to thank all of them for creating such a wonderful work environment. It makes it fun to come into the office every single day. I didn't know when I was hired on with HCD that Parks was lumped in with CSD, and there are a few perks that we've been able to take advantage of that aren't detailed in the job bulletin. We've got our very own gourmet chef in Lynn Semenza, who provides us with a never-ending supply of delicious baked goods. We also recently added a mini disc golf basket to our office so you can work on your short game during the lunch hour. I want to make it clear that that was a gift from one employee to another, and county funds were not spent on that at all. So
Thank you for that.
you're welcome. So I just want to thank everybody on the CSD team. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, George, thank you very much. And it's been a great 15 months, and I'm looking forward to many more. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations. So now back to business in the administrative agenda. I have items A4 and A5 that have been pulled by supervisors. Mr. Allen, do you have any speaker slips from the public to pull any items?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, one request to speak on item A1.
Would you read A1 into the record and we'll have the speaker?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A1 is from the Agricultural Commissioner. The request is that the board consider recommendations regarding the approval of the Air Monitoring Network Agreement 16C0089, and Dorothy Dent is here to speak on that.
Good morning, Supervisors. Regarding the Agricultural Commissioner's communication with the California Department of Pesticide Regulation, this agency is supposed to protect us and our environment from poisons introduced into our air in our area. It is charged with preventing pesticides from harming people and the environment. It is not doing its job properly because it is allowing harmful pesticides such as the systemic class of bee-killing and human-harming neonicotinoids to be used locally by the state of California with impunity and no regulation of its use. Do you eat corn, soy, or citrus? Well, if those foods weren't organic, then you are part of the problem. The deadly problem of pesticide poisoning that is fatal to vital pollinators of our food and mortally harmful to farm workers dealing with your food supply and consumers who eat it. If you buy and grow organic food, you will help limit these pesticide poisonings. Organic agriculture is a huge part of our county's history and our country's history too, and is a growing segment of our crop production. In order to protect our way of life, we will need strong leaders to watch out for our environment to save it from our destruction. The Agricultural Commission of our county needs to do a better job promoting and protecting our organic agriculture, organic gardens, and organic farms, farmers, and workers. On January 10th, when we welcomed Doss and Joan to our board here, one of the speakers talked about how China had no bees and that people had to pollinate their food crops. Here in California, why don't you, our board, talk about talk about important moves to protect our bees and pollinators by directing our Agriculture Commission to reject the California Department of Food and Ag and end the pesticide program using chlorpyrifos and imidacloprid pesticides that are banned in the EU and soon banned in Canada. Imidacloprid is the major neonicotinoid pesticide that is used in 80% of seed coatings along with thiacloprid. Imidacloprid is also used with thiamexotham to treat about all the soybeans. Clothanidine and thiacloprid are used on all the corn. Locally, imidacloprid and chlorpyrifos are used in our citrus groves by the California Food and Agriculture Department and the California Department of Pesticide Regulation, unless local people call in to ask for it not to be sprayed on their properties. Please direct the Santa Barbara County Agricultural Commission to tell the California Department of Pesticide Regulation and the California Department of Food and Ag to follow the lead of more responsible, ethical, and educated countries like the European Union and Canada to end the government use of these harmful pesticides in our own state, in our own county, in our own municipalities, and to please work to end the private use as well as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, would you read A4 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, item A4 from the Auditor Controller is to consider recommendation regarding the single audit report for fiscal year ending June 30, 2016.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just pulled this one to congratulate, first off to thank Mr. Filati and Heather. This is a audit that's done on a yearly basis to determine whether or not we are administering federal programs efficiently and effectively and following all the rules, which there are, I'm sure, reams and reams and reams of paper that tell us what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. And especially I want to thank Daniel Nielsen with Social Services, because they actually are the largest purveyor of those programs. And since I've been on the board, I think this is the first time that we've been deemed clean. And so I just wanted to thank you. We are now a low-risk county. Since I've been here, I think we've been a high-risk county. So, basically what the federal government does is they take samples of individual applications, and they determine whether or not that we've actually been following all the rules as far as how soon we, for example, make a decision on somebody's food stamp application, whether or not SNAP program, whether or not we're doing it, we're getting them the right benefit at the right time. And this is something that's always been a real concern of mine, making sure that the right people, we have limited resources, and I just want to always make sure that the right people are getting exactly what they're entitled to, not a penny more, not a penny less. And so I really want to thank Mr. Nielsen and your staff for doing an outstanding job. This is not something that's easy to attain. As I can attest, over the 6 years I've been here, we've been struggling to get to this point. So hats off to you and also all of those in the accounting department that make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, would you read A5 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item A5 is from Behavioral Wellness. The recommendation is regarding Behavioral Wellness Greeley Company, LLC, fiscal year 2016 to 18, third amendment to the agreement.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, in looking at the materials, I understand the importance of the contract, but I have given the department the heads up that I want to understand the object of opting into the membership program. According to the materials, the object is to save money. I want to know how much money we would be saving by opting into the membership program, and how many years we would have to opt into the membership program in order to save that money.
Dr. Gleichhorn.
Good morning, supervisors, and Supervisor Williams through the chair. So the membership program is a proactive strategy, and I'm trying to move the department from reactive crisis response to proactive planning. So keeping up to date on all of the requirements for CMS level audits is something that we want to move towards. So the membership program allows us to train staff and have ongoing contact with this consultation firm that can provide us that depth of understanding and knowledge. So the membership program is a 3-year program, and the idea is that if in addition to the ongoing training, that if we have any audit visits, and we will have audit visits during that time, that they can be immediately engaged to help us with any findings on those audits. It's hard to quantify the failure. We have never had a full failure in an audit, but there have been circumstances in the far past where we've had 10 days to come into compliance or suffer a closure. If the full service were to close, that's a $6 million program that we would be closing and have no inpatient beds at all in the county. So the balance is immediate corrective action and access to experts and proactive training of staff so that there's maintenance of this level of training that we've currently achieved versus trying to kind of patch that together ourselves and hope that we are able to do well every time the auditors show up.
I'm trying to parse so none of that is available to us if we don't opt into the membership program?
That's correct. The membership program really involves training and consultation on an ongoing basis.
So what is the other $900,000 for? Then I need you to separate what is available to us with the contract with the membership program versus without, because in all communications you blend them together, and so that makes it really hard for me to evaluate the upsides and downsides of the membership program. My understanding is we have really in-house as part of the corrective actions. So no access to Greeley is available if we don't pay this extra $30,000? And if so, what are we paying the other $900,000 for? The other question is just, if we have to do it for 3 years, does the $30,000 cover all 3 years, or would we have to pay this yearly?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair. The $30,000 is each year for a 3-year period, and we are opting in for a full 3-year period. The full scope of the contract is money that has already been spent in accessing the consultation of these services in order to address findings in the prior visit that began in June. So that scope of service has already been utilized with extensive on-site consultation from Greeley. It doesn't access us that kind of level of consultation going forward unless we engage in the membership contract. And I should say also that we did not have an existing contract at the time that we engaged these services, but it had been 5 years since the last audit, and there had been a big turnover in staff and loss of institutional knowledge. So bringing in this consultation service was something that was deemed necessary by the staff and the board at the time.
So what you're asking for today is an increase in the contract of $300,000. So you're saying if we pay $280,000 and don't opt into the membership program, we can't ask them questions even though we're paying them $280,000?
So the $280,000 is really going towards expert staffing that we are hiring right now. And then the negotiated rate was part of the overall package to include this proactive training stance. The staffing is limited to nursing supervisor expertise right now.
And just the way the materials were worded, it seemed like we would be able to access that for a price, but that this gives us a discount on some of those pricings, or what does this give us a discount on the membership?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, if I understand your question, the staffing cost is reduced as a package rate with the membership. So engaging in the ongoing consultation with the membership reduces the immediate staffing cost.
And what's the kind of range or, you know, scale of what we would be saving? Would we be saving tens of thousands of dollars, or hundreds of thousands of dollars, or thousands of dollars?
It's contingent on how much service we use the staff for. Sure. So right now, hiring of qualified nursing staff at a supervisory level has been very difficult. We've been actively searching for that level of staffing. We have a regular nursing supervisor that's been out on an extended leave, and even though we've had positions advertised, we haven't been able to bring in qualified staff. If we found an appropriate person tomorrow to hire through civil service, we could not continue the staffing portion of the contract. Regardless, we feel that the membership program has high value for the department to maintain a high level of readiness for repeat audits, but the staffing could be reduced were we to find another appropriate staff person. We've been searching for a very long time, and we haven't been able to fill that position. So this does reduce the cost of the ongoing staffing. So it's hard to give you an exact answer because we could change the circumstances if an appropriate person was found.
All right. I mean, I guess I'll go forward with it because I don't really, but I still don't really have I just want to be honest with you, I don't really have a clear idea of what the upside is versus what the downside is. And I think that in general, if you're asking us to spend money to save money, that sounds like a good principle. Mm-hmm. But I would like to know, even under different scenarios, what we're going to save. What percentage is it that we're saving? And reading these materials, I couldn't figure out what that upside would be financially. You've given me the other side, is that the upside is access, or some kind of easier access. But I guess in the future, I'd like to have better detail of what the upside is financially, if the principle is that we're spending money to save money.
Supervisor Williams, to the chair. I see ACO Nisich there, and I'm wondering if she had any information that could help you in directly responding to your question.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Williams, through the chair. Just to add on to Dr. Gleghorn's comments, previously we had two previous agreements with Greeley, as Dr. Gleghorn mentioned, to help us work through and consult with us through the recent audit. As part of those contracts, the firm of Greeley and Company basically charged, just simply stated, as part of a total package. And their staffing costs were rolled into that total package, and those costs per hour were frankly very high, yet it was part of the package. This contract and the way we constructed it allowed us to negotiate a rate far lower than one was actually being applied. In fact, and this is going to be difficult, they were charging a rate of approximately $500 per hour for some of their staff. We have successfully negotiated that rate downward to approximately $200 per hour, and we have reduced the number of hours actually spent to also work to constrain the budget even further. As Dr. Gleghorn has mentioned, we are still continuing to recruit for those positions because we do realize this is a high value contract. We are continuing to recruit to continue to mitigate those costs, but these are needed positions at this time. This is a desperately needed position at this time. Thank you.
And that helps me understand the urgency of it. Thank you so much.
So moved.
Second.
All those in
Aye.
Any opposed? The administrative agenda stands approved. Now is the time our agenda when we move to comment. Public can address the board on matters that are not on today's agenda but are within the board's jurisdiction. Mr. Allen, do we have any speaker slips?
Chair Hartman, members of the board.
Thank you. I think we have some photographs available. Okay, I'm here on behalf of Seamus, Portuguese water dog. Seamus has been using the beach. I guess you probably are all familiar with the beach that you access by coming to the end of the juncture between the freeway and San Ysidro Road. After you go over the freeway, you make an immediate left, and as you're driving down the long entrance to the freeway heading south, you're adjacent to the development, the hotel development that's taking place there. When you get to the stop sign at the end of the road and you make a right, you are at that point on Posilipo Road, Posilipo Road. You go over the railroad tracks, and you're then at the corner of Posilipo and Fernald, Fernald, Point Lane. There is, at that point, a beach access that was created, I believe, prescriptively. It's been in existence for many, many years. And pursuant to the provisions of the California Coastal Commission Act, the trails to the beach, including informal parking areas, beaches, bluff tops, have provided recreational opportunities for hiking, picnicking, fishing, swimming, dog walking, and so on. May acquire, and the public has acquired the rights to these properties and to the parking areas and so on through the use of either prescriptive easements with or without permission of the landowners, or as a result of actions of the Coastal Commission. So the beach that is located at that juncture is a public beach. There is an access to the water. There is porta potties for the public. There are the doggy bags dispensers. So it's long been the purpose of that area to provide specific access to that beach for the public. What has happened is that especially recently, there have been renewed enforcement of no parking zones for that entire area, from the point where you make a left off San Ysidro Road until you come to the stop sign where you turn left to get onto the freeway or right to get to the beach. There are no parking signs all along that entire road, about a quarter of a mile long. There are also no parking signs that have been existing, I guess, for some time, but not enforced, all up and down the adjacent roads. So there is literally no place to park to be able to access that beach. I guess you would, I don't know where you would park. You'd have to park a mile away or half a mile away. Okay, so I contacted the Public Works Department to find out about what needs to be done in order to provide public access and public parking in that area. They referred me to the Board of Supervisors and said that the board would have to take action on this.
While it is not normal for us to respond, I can give a little bit of information that Public Works gave our office, which was just that as part of the Miramar development, one of the roads was relinquished that temporarily does remove some parking, but that additional parking will be available ultimately as the development continues along South Jameson Lane. I can also tell the this dog lover that I access the same place, and right now I'm just parking by the railroad tracks. So,
Well, you can't park by the railroad tracks or you get citation. Okay. Thank you.
you can't stop a surfer or a dog lover from using the beach.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning again. I grew up in that area, and I will say that it's necessary in a public beach to have disabled parking too. So I think that we need to reopen that South Jamison Road. Miramar's been underway for many years, and it shouldn't change the fact that people still need to go to that beach and walk their dogs. Hello again. Today I'm here to ask for a policy change from your Board of Supervisors. You already know I'm an organic food advocate, gardener, organic local farm stand, and farmer marketeer, spreading the word about how to protect the environment from pollution and grow food without petrochemical products. But now I admit I do use petrochemical products to be a state, federal, and municipal professional driver when not in an electric car or Prius. In order to renew and retain my limousine and taxi licenses and everyone else's in this business, we buy fingerprinting services from your county and the city of Santa Barbara. A lot of my passengers had mobility issues, so I also became a caregiver to them and others. Being a caregiver for disabled and or elderly people, I welcomed a new law passed last year allowing caregivers to get local California licenses that also require fingerprinting from your local Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department. There are local organizations and companies who require this license to work with their elderly, disabled, and or infirm clients, and many of these employers only offer part-time and sporadic work, as an employer needs to sign up with a few of these helping groups employee. But when I went to the Sheriff's Department and spoke with the technician, she and I realized that the system requires a new fingerprinting service for each employer that the caregiver will work for. At over $100 per fingerprinting session, the employee caregiver has to pay out of his or her own pocket. Yearly renewals are already required, but each time a caregiver joins a new employer, he or she has to pay another $100 and then renew this process again for each one each year. It takes already at least a week or two to make this appointment with the sheriff, and then to pay is cost prohibitive. Obviously, because the caregiver has to drive to and from each job unpaid and then only makes about $13 to $15 per hour. Fingerprints do not change. And once a driver or caregiver buys his or her fingerprints, called live scan, from the sheriff's, it should be his or her property. And all caregiver and driver employers should be able to use that one scan for at least that whole year. And the employee should be able to allow that scan to be accessed by those other individual employers. The baby boomers are aging at a rapid pace. More and more of them will need drivers and caregivers, and these jobs require responsible and regulated personnel. Please streamline and economize this important regulatory process. Thank you for your prompt consideration to this important bureaucratic and economic drain on our employees and our vital service workforce. Thank you.
We're going to hear from Ed Kolaski, then we're going to go to Santa Maria to hear from Mr. Caldwell, who's our final speaker under public comment.
Good morning, supervisors. I've been trying to get my house remodeled for the last 3 years. I spent over 2.5 years talking to SBAR, and the last several months here talking to the supervisors. We have 2 new supervisors, Doss Williams and Joan Hartman. It puts you at a large disadvantage because you haven't heard all the other conversations I've had here. My point today is that you're in charge and you should be held accountable. SBAR is nothing but a puppet government. They have absolute power, and as most of you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And they have demonstrated this over and over and over again. It's not like this is anything new. I had my neighbors come to me when I first started my project, and they told me they're all corrupt. That's their statement. They're all corrupt. And one guy even said, Ed, you know, you and I both will be dead before you get approval. And that's because they generally have a contractor who pays some money under the table. And that's the way things are done. We submitted a project. There was a variation on another project, which is a mile from our house. It got approval in 2 weeks. They meet every 2 weeks. You're supposed to submit 3 drawings. You can't submit 3 drawings in 2 weeks when you meet every 2 weeks. They excused them from one of the drawings. The requirement was that they had to put a plant out in front. Boy, that's tough. You're in charge. Now, this demonstrates one of their points. This shows the overlay of our second story with respect to the ground floor. It's over the garage, the dining room, the kitchen, part of the living room, and the laundry room. SBAR ruled that it's solely over the garage. And it's my interpretation that it will be solely over the garage until we make an extortion payment. You're in charge. You need to do something about this. This hasn't just happened in the last few years or 3 years or 4 years. This has been going on for a long time. I get my neighbors, they're so disgusted with you people being SBAR that something should be done with it. And they tell me there isn't anything you can do about it. You know, we go into the meeting, in the 4th meeting, we have a 5-2 favorable vote to get our project passed. We go into the 5th meeting, we sit down, they vote 7-0 against us. My architect stands up to ask a question. They have Dylan ready to jump up and start screaming at us. My architect sits down, Dylan sits down, my architect stands up, Dylan stands up, they start shouting, that's on and on. Who's going to do something about this situation? I'd like to know. And if the 2 new supervisors want to meet sometime and I can go over articles and articles of discussion, let me know.
Mr. Caldwell in Santa Maria, he's our final speaker.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. Earlier, Mr. Fayram gave you an update on your water situation, and I think they do a great job of monitoring things. Unfortunately, I feel like the board has failed our community in a significant way. Probably about a year ago, Supervisor Lavanino and Wolf will remember this, the board heard a report about Lake Cachuma. And what they were told in no uncertain terms is it was your staff's belief that once Cachuma got to 30% capacity, the county was no longer required to release water for fish in Hilton Creek. Yet, we're still releasing water in Hilton Creek. Why? You know, the bottom line here is, as Mr. Fayram also said, there really isn't an average. There's no truth in averaging rainfall. We either get deluge or we get drought. And California's system was basically built to withstand 7-year droughts. So you filled up Gibraltar, you filled up Bradbury Dam, and that water supply was supposed to last you 7 years until the next drought buster came along. Well, as a result of water releases for fish, California on average, and even our county, releases up to 40% of the water we had in storage for fish. And so the bottom line here is our Lake Cachuma supply doesn't last 7 years anymore. It's lasting more like 4. Well, that's a policy decision. That has nothing to do with the weather. It doesn't have anything to do with drought. It has to do with a policy decision. And now the feds want even more water released through their next biological opinion than we've been releasing for the last 5 to 10 years. How come this matter hasn't been agendized? Why isn't the Board of Supervisors asking the state and federal government to change the policies? Santa Barbara is 90% dependent on water from dams and reservoirs. 90% dependent. It can only get 10% of its water from wells. And so you have to protect without water, you've got nothing. And so we would encourage you to get engaged in this, find out why we're still releasing water since Kachuma is so low, and what we could do to avoid even more draconian restrictions and requirements to release even more water in the future. Thank you. Get back from a wedding?
Sorry. I thought Miss Wolf, Supervisor Wolf was right here. She disappeared out of my peripheral vision. I'm sure Supervisor Lavanino will be joining us in just a moment. So, Mr. Allen, would you read would you read the first departmental item into the record, please?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Isla Vista Community Services District next steps.
And Mr. Bozanich, are you making the staff report today?
I am Chair Hartman. Dennis Bozanich here to provide your board with an update on the next steps for the Isla Vista Community Services District. You probably all acknowledge that Measure E, which was to create the Isla Vista Community Services District, was passed by a majority vote of the district members back on the November 8th election. Measure F, which would have created the utility users tax to fund district activities, failed to achieve the 2/3 voter approval necessary to enact the tax measure. And at the same November election, 5 members of the district were elected to the district board. According to the LAFCO resolutions approved back last spring, the formation date, so in a sense the birth date of the Isla Vista Community Services District is March 1st, 2017. Also contained in the voter-approved measure was the ability of your board, this board, to appoint a member to the Isla Vista Community Services District. And just a note that the University of California at Santa Barbara has a similar appointing authority as part of that measure. And in looking at what would be required of your board to consider for requirements or eligibility criteria for that appointment, worked with County Council to identify a few of the fundamental components of what would be necessary to be appointed by your board. But one of those would be that they would be a registered voter of the district, or perhaps if not a registered voter to the district, there is a very narrow provision for a waiver finding for you to appoint somebody that is not a registered voter. And then additionally, the noticing requirement for the opening requires that the appointment be noticed no sooner than 20 days prior to the vacancy occurring, which technically could be imagined as the March 1st formation date. So that would be around the 9th of February would be the opening opportunity to begin to recruit for that position that your board might appoint. And that recruitment period has to be open for a minimum of 10 days. So around February 18th, February 19th would be the soonest your board would be able to consider one of the folks that would apply to be your appointee. Your board is scheduled at this point to meet on February 28th, and then subsequent to the formation date on March the 7th, which would be 2 opportunities for your board to hear this matter again and make a selection and an appointment to the Isla Vista Community Services District Board. And just a last note, under statute, the first meeting of the district board has to occur just within the first 45 days from formation, so it doesn't have to happen on March 1st. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and note some next steps that the board can anticipate making that appointment sometime in late February or early March. The Isla Vista Community Services District may resubmit the UUT ballot measure in the future. And that additionally, if for any reason the district fails to have that UUT, the utility users tax measure, approved by voters prior to January 1st of 2023, the district would cease to exist. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any lights from any of the supervisors. Mr. Allen, do we have any speaker slips?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak. We're going to start with Shane Stark, be followed by Ethan Beltrand, and then Spencer Brandt. Mr. Stark?
Hello. First, I'd like to congratulate the new members of the board, Supervisor Williams, Supervisor Hartman, and I re-elected Supervisor Adam. I'll say hi to the chair and fellow LAFCO alternate. I've actually already talked to 2 of the members who were elected to the CSD, so I'll just briefly tell you what I told them. I wish these folks luck, the Community Services District, the best, for two reasons. One, the conditions that caused this district to be approved in the first place still exist. Isla Vista still needs services, and there's still the instinct for self-government that needs to be acted on. So I hope they succeed. And second of all, if they succeed, much less work for LAFCO. As you know, LAFCO is a general funded, it comes taxpayer funded, and we don't like, extra work. So if they succeed, it's better all around. I genuinely wish them work. I have encouraged the 2 folks that I saw, as well as the other people, get their ethics law training early. It's available online from the FPPC. I notified them of a workshop that's put on by the California Special Districts Association, the special districts equivalent of CSAC. I think in 2 days. It's coming up in Thursday in Santa Ynez, so they know of that training opportunity. It's a best practices opportunity. And I did this for my own education, copied the California Community Special Districts Law and a couple of other statutes. I handed the copies to Mr. Bertram. I've got an extra copy for the board chair. You'll need it for the alternates bench, the coveted alternate bench. And the last thing I want to say is they could probably use a little bit of help from the county in a non-monetary sense, facilitating, organizing, getting a place to meet, and other assistance with the finances and the HR stuff that they're going to need a general manager, so that non-financial help would be appreciated. That's it. Thank you very much.
Ethan Bertrand, be followed by Spencer Brandt, who's our final speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Ethan Bertrand. For the past 2 years, I've worked on different community service projects in Isla Vista, as well as served as one of the directors of the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District. I'm glad to be elected to the Isla Vista Community Services District Board, but this morning I'm speaking on my own behalf. Initially, Spencer was going to speak before me, but because I'm going to speak on the services that we hope to provide in the initial formation of the district, after me, he will speak on our plans for administration. The top priorities of my colleague and I for the initial services of the district are enhancing community policing services, operating a municipal advisory council, contributing to the operation of the Isla Vista Community Center, and funding graffiti abatement. We are also very excited to be working with a local parking specialist to look into various cost-effective cost-effective possibilities for making parking improvements within the community. To help sworn law enforcement officers focus on higher priority service needs on weekend nights, we are interested in working with UCSB to expand the existing Community Service Officer program into Isla Vista. Community service officers are student workers that serve as the eyes and ears of local law enforcement, enhance community police relations through peer-to-peer interaction, and provide nighttime escorts to students who would otherwise be walking home alone in the dark. In order to prevent unfortunate incidents, including those stemming from the ongoing epidemic of campus sexual assault, we would like to make the community service officers more accessible in Isla Vista on weekend nights. The desire for increased local representation was one of the driving components of the creation of the Isla Vista Community Services District. We believe that the district should operate a municipal advisory council to provide Isla Vista residents with a platform through which to discuss and debate policy programs and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. This would create a formal body in our community where proposals can be made and public outreach conducted. The financial feasibility study found its base cost to be approximately $3,000 per year. Isla Vistans are very excited for the anticipated opening of the Isla Vista Community Center this summer, and we would like to thank the county supervisors as well as staff for working tirelessly to make this a possibility. Upon the opening of this facility, we believe that the district should be a partnering stakeholder in its operation. We are currently working with UCSB Political Science Department to create an internship program, and perhaps a part of that program could be working on the programming of the community center. Graffiti abatement is currently provided by the Isla Vista Recreation and Park District, but needs stable funding. At $9,000 a year, we believe that that is something that the Community Services District could solidify for guaranteed annual funding. While these ideas are ours for meaningful ways that the IVCSD could make a contribution to improving the quality of life, we also recognize that the board is not formed yet, so we look forward to meeting with our fellow directors in March, and we look forward to working with you all. Thank you so much.
Spencer Brandt. Mr. Brandt's our final speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. Chair Hartman and members of the board, I'd like to formally introduce myself to you all. My name is Spencer Brandt. I'm a second-year student at UCSB studying history and public policy. I was recently elected to a 4-year term on the Isla Vista Community Services District Board of Directors. The establishment of this district is the realization of a dream that I and countless other students and residents have had for more political representation and a heightened level of services in Isla Vista. I believe that the success of the IVCSD is integral to the continued movement towards a safer and more livable Isla Vista. The IVCSD is the result of a very lengthy public outreach and participation process. Following the tumultuous spring of 2014, the community quickly identified the need to change a culture that had risen to toxic levels. Students led the effort to take responsibility for this culture and began organizing around the notion that Isla Vistans could govern themselves. Voters approved the ballot measure to form the district by a margin of 9-1, but the utility user tax failed to attain the supermajority required for passage by law. This leaves the IVCSD without the necessary revenue source to fund improvements and services for the community. As you know, UC Santa Barbara has committed to contribute $200,000 per year, each year for 7 years, to be used for mutually agreed upon services and projects. Throughout the public process, UCSB has been very supportive of self-governance, and all indications suggest that they will continue this support. Our board will be, by nature, a very collaborative one. You, the supervisors, have been tasked with appointing a director to represent the county government. I believe it is of the utmost importance to the long-term success of our district that this person be someone who is well-versed in Isla Vista issues and is fully capable of representing the county in a decision-making capacity. The biggest challenge that our district will face in the beginning phase will be securing the resources to hire a general manager to manage the district full-time. Our community has long desired someone who can focus full-time on Isla Vista projects and services, and in order to ensure that the IVCSD gets off on the right start, we look forward to working with our board colleagues to develop a formation committee which will be responsible for working on initial administrative needs of the district. Also, we're going to be creating, or we would like to create, a future funding committee, which will be responsible for pursuing grant funding as well as planning for the next utility user tax measure. We would also like to create a policy and ordinance committee, which will be responsible for drafting district policy for board approval. The future in Isla Vista is bright, and I look forward to working with the county during these next 4 years. And I've already found much encouragement in my initial conversations with different departments responsible for services in Isla Vista. So thank you all.
And that was our final speaker. So with that, I close the public comment portion of this item, and Supervisor Williams.
Well, first of all, I wanted to remind folks that that Measure E passed by 87% of the vote, which is, it's hard. Any of you know that it's hard to get 87% of anybody to agree on anything, even what color the sky is half the time. And so that's represents a pretty amazing consensus about the need for local governance in Isla Vista. And of course, the challenge is that the tax only got 62% of the vote, failing by a couple hundred votes to get the necessary 2/3. And so I guess this is an old story. The voters approved a government with a mandate, but didn't approve enough money for that to go forward. And of course, the possible lost opportunity in the meantime is that UCSB has agreed as part of an MOU to pony up money for services, but they have not been willing to pony up money for the staff for the CSD. So if you're a retired county or city administrator and you're watching this hearing, you obviously have a problem. You're not over this job. And so maybe you should be thinking about doing some service for the Isla Vista CSD, because we now have the potential for budget for services, but without the staff to administer it. I also want to just, thank Ethan and Spencer and the really hundreds of volunteers that worked very hard to make this happen, and congratulate them, Jay Freeman, Natalie Jordan, and Father John Stevens Hedges, who were the 5 folks elected. And it's a diverse board that represents Isla Vista in a lot of different ways. 3 students, 2 non-students, and if you had asked me that Isla Vista voters would have elected a computer programmer and a priest to represent them before, I wouldn't have predicted that. But this is a real exciting start to local governance in Isla Vista, even without the challenges ahead.
Was there a motion?
There is a motion to receive the report.
And do I have a second? Any further discussion? All in favor say.
I have further discussion.
I'm sorry, I don't have your light here.
Well, I think because I sat on LAFCO, and I think this probably could wait till the next time this comes to us, but I just want to let you all know where I'm at, is that I think it is difficult to get 87% of anything, to anybody to agree on anything. But I think even if you went into my district and you asked people, would you like more services, 87% of them are going to say yes. And then when the hard part is, would you like to pay more for it? No, I would not want to pay more for it. So I just think, when Mr. Stark mentioned non-monetary, whatever we could do non-monetarily, well, it's really hard for the county to do anything non-monetary, because even if we assign staff to something, that costs people money. And the other taxpayers in this county outside of IV would then be basically paying for something that the residents of IV said that they didn't want to pay for above and beyond. So I think it's a real slippery slope. I know we're not at that point yet. I congratulate those of you who won your seats, and I think it was a good idea for self-governance. I would have liked for the residents to have passed that utility tax. I understand how difficult it is to get 2/3, and that's probably why it is difficult to get 2/3, because you basically need the whole community behind you without any opposition. So I just want to let everybody know where I am going forward. I would like to see you get this moving. I think UCSB's offer of $200,000. Maybe the fix here is for us to somehow negotiate that to be able to be used for startup costs and to get going at least this first year. So didn't want to be the wet blanket, but I just got to let you guys know where I'm at on this.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'll just be the wetter blanket by just saying that we pay for it regardless. Isla Vista is, because of the past financial analysis, it's clear that the county receives much less in revenue than it pays in services because of the necessity to have a significant presence by the Sheriff's Department and other, including fire services. But some of that work in the Sheriff's Department or in parking enforcement or other things are functions that the Community Services District could help with and ultimately do more prevention work than probably our Sheriff's Department has the capacity to do at this time. More prevention work means less crime, means less expenditure of public resources. So I just want to remind folks, we pay for it anyway. And so the hope here is to come up with some way to have to pay for less of it.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dennis, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions about what's before us. So we will accept this report, but at this point, then staff is going to be moving forward in putting out some type of public notice to folks to apply for the position. Is that what I'm understanding?
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Wolf, we would follow the normal departmental or county supervisor recruitment process and bring those nominees back to you at either the February 28th or March 7th date.
Okay. And since this board is not taking any action about doing a waiver, then we are sticking with the code as it stands, that the individual would be coming from the CSD.
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Wolf, I would defer to County Council on the tricky technical pieces of the waiver and how that might fit with the eventual selection process by this board.
Okay, but that's where we are now, unless we did a waiver.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, so what Mr. Bozanich is referring to is a government code provision that provides that normally a person would be a resident of that district, but that the Board of Supervisors has authority to waive that requirement. So maybe a piece of this for staff would be whether they would be putting out a broad application process with or without residency requirement, or i.e. acting as if you might waive it so you get a full basket, or to just state the residency requirement in there. And that's something that we can work with staff on. You don't need to take action today, but if you want to provide staff with guidance, you could.
Supervisor, through the chair, I think our intent is to have a broad application process, so not restricting it to the residency requirement. That's how we will proceed.
So that's why I need a clarification, because if that is indeed what staff is planning to do, then we do have to file a waiver. And the waiver is something that I would think needs to come to the board. So I'm just trying to get a good timeline here.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, so the statute does provide that the board, as the appointing authority, may make a waiver for an appointed office. It does not say that you would need to make that waiver at this time. So I think there's just an order of operations question or housekeeping question for the board. The CEO has described a process to bring in a basket, and maybe it would be helpful to state that there is a residency requirement, but that's subject to waiver by the Board of Supervisors and would not require an action today.
I thought if we did a waiver that we have to make a finding of public benefit.
My comment on the order of operations is that you would make that, if you were to exercise the waiver, you look at a particular candidate or candidates, you might make the finding at the time of action of selection of candidates.
Well, that just seems backwards.
I think that's a housekeeping call or a policy call for the board.
Well, it's it seems to me that the way it's written now is that the individual would come from the CSD unless we waive that requirement. So it seems like we should make that decision because because I think we have that authority to make a decision if that's what the board wants to do.
Chair Hartman.
And I think we should do it now rather than when we get all the applicants. But that's my suggestion.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, I would just say that your notice today to receive and file the report and to make the CEQA finding, and we are actually not agendized to consider the waiver today. The CEO could bring back that item, before an application process begins, if that's the board's desire. But I'd recommend that if you were going to take action on the waiver process, that you do so through a different agenda than what you have today.
Thank you. Did you have something additionally, Supervisor Wolf?
No, so I think that makes sense. So it has to come back if we want to do a waiver. Is that what you're saying?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, again, I think it's...
we can't give direction today as to whether or not we want it to come back and do a waiver?
You always, under the Brown Act, can direct staff to bring an item back on a future agenda. I think that the choice the board has in the waiver area is to either make a decision about a waiver before the application process begins, or to have all of the applications come in and then filter for residency and non-residency, actually registered voter and not registered voter. So I understand the logic of what you're saying, and I think it's a policy or housekeeping call for the board.
I would like to weigh in here and just say I'd like to get the broadest applicant pool that we can. I believe Ms. Miyasato has already indicated that that's how she will advertise the position, so we could have the waiver when it comes back, as long as it's clear that we do want to have a broad applicant pool. Is there any objection to that? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes to receive and file the report. We're going on to a departmental agenda item number 2. Would you read that into the record, Mr. Allen?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 2 is from the probation department. It's a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a response to the 2015-16 grand jury report, Los Prietos Boys Camp, effective but underutilized, finding and recommendation regarding local female-specific services.
Thank you. And we'll hear from Mr. Rabago, a staff report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Chief Lupe Rabago, Chief Probation Officer. I am honored to be here today along with Deputy Chief Stephen DeLira of Juvenile Field Services and Institutions. Also with us are Deputy Director Damon Fletcher, Roger Dixon, Probation Manager of Los Prietos Boys Camp, Lori Holbrook, Manager of Santa Maria Juvenile Hall, and Brian Swanson, Probation Manager of Juvenile Services. In the audience also we have Dr. Lauren Reed, representing UCSB, that assisted us with this presentation, and additionally we have Saul Serrano from Community Action Commission to help us provide an update and a report to the board with regards to female-specific programming. On August 23rd, 2016, probation presented to the Board of Supervisors proposed recommendation responses regarding the June 9th, 2016 grand jury report, Los Prietos Boys Camp, effective but underutilized. There was discussion regarding finding number 2, no similar camp program for females exists in Santa Barbara County, and recommendation number 2, that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors direct the Santa Barbara County Probation Department to evaluate including female juvenile offenders in the successful program. The response to the finding and recommendation was that this recommendation required further analysis. Next slide. The subject of a females camp has been discussed for several years within our department and our county, and we use this opportunity to reevaluate the need and Did we skip a slide? Go back to 3. Okay. Okay. I just gave a one line and introduction to that slide. It was just, with regards to slide number 3, the responses of the finding and recommendation was that it required further analysis. In reading the slide, is there, probation would like to further explore potential opportunities for in-county residential treatment and programming for female juvenile offenders, of which could occur in the camp setting. The subject of a females girl camp has been discussed for several years. As I said, we use this opportunity to reevaluate the need and sought input and feedback from different stakeholders, such as the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, as well as other members of the community. In collaboration with UCSB, probation conducted a study of placements for the past 5 fiscal years. A total of 67 individuals were placed into non-relative foster care during the last 5 fiscal years. Noted are some of the findings of that study.
Supervisor Wolf.
Chief, sorry to interrupt. I have a question on the 67 individuals. So those were placed in foster care in our county, is that right?
We didn't break it down by our county or out of county, sometimes
Okay.
out of state.
Okay, and does this include group homes?
Includes group homes. Let me have Chief DeLira here clarify.
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, 32 of these girls were placed within our county. 8 girls were placed outside of our county. 22 were placed both in and outside of the county, and 5 were placed out of state. And these are all group homes, not foster care.
Not foster care.
Correct.
But this one says non-relative foster care.
Right. I think that was our way of saying group homes. So they were not placed in relative and non-relative foster care. They were placed in group homes.
So it should say group homes.
Yes.
So then how many are placed in foster care?
I don't have that number. I can tell you that today we have 2, one in non-relative foster, which is a friend of the families, and one in relative foster, which is an uncle that received the child into their home.
Okay. So so these 67 who are in group homes, they will, as I understood, that group homes they're not going to be available anymore, and these kids have to be now placed in foster care?
Supervisor Wolf, through the chair, what is going on is continuum of care reform is making some changes with regards to what they call congregate care. Congregate care is those homes where it's not a family-like environment. It's multiple youth that are housed in a placement like a group home. What the state is moving us towards without additional funding is, and restrictions to the current group homes, is that we have facilities that are either relative or non-relative that are the most home-like. So it would be a family that takes somebody in under their care and supervision with some funding from the state to be able to provide appropriate treatment and supervision of that youth.
So just to be clear then, these kids will have to find foster homes, either relative or non-relative.
What is currently being done is there will be a application process that has already begun for short-term residential treatment centers. It's going to have a little different criteria, but there will still be the ability of having short-term residential treatment centers. Most of the current group homes do need to go through that certification. They're going to have to change the way they do business. How many are going to remain after the 2-year period is yet to be seen. Right now, they're under an extension, and all of our group homes have been given an extension.
Okay, so that is interesting. So there will be some kind of licensure for short-term residential center, which is funny because that's exactly what this was. That was the intent of this exercise, was to see if our county could have, I guess this is what it's called, a short-term residential center.
What the short-term residential treatment centers require is it's very burdensome certification and approval through the state. If that's something that, you know, the board is wishing for us to look in specifically, that wasn't how we looked at this project. We looked at it as a camp setting, which is very different than the short-term residential treatment center. We were looking, based on the grand jury's recommendation, to place our girls in the camp, and we assumed it was a camp institutional program, not a short-term residential treatment center.
Okay, well, I don't want to get into semantics, but I think it was also not necessarily, I think we talked about the camp, but I think the focus was a residential setting where the girls would get extensive mental health treatment. So anyway, that's what I recall. But you can go ahead. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question on this slide.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I'm just curious if we've broken these young women out. Are we able to track what the cost has been for that foster care? I imagine especially if it's going out of state, it's fairly expensive.
Madam Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, based on some discussions that I had with District 2, Department of Social Services and I started discussing that specifically, but the best way that we can address that question would be to look at a point in time, and we're in the process of pulling names, and I provided Department of Social Services with a 3-year period of actual girls that were in placements, and we're identifying the source of the funding. There are 2 funding options. One is what they call Department of Social Services realignment, which has a little more openness in how it's spent. The second one is federal reimbursable Title 4E, which isn't. That's for a non-custodial placement that it's not eligible for. The other caveat of using this funding is that it would have to be first put up front by the board or through the general fund, and then if there were eligible reimbursements, that then we would be getting that in the later years, but not to help us budget our balance currently. To give some background as to the females in our juvenile justice system, we note that the most serious charge has shifted over time with a decline in property offenses and an increase in narcotic and drug offenses. Mental health status was consistently found to be the risk factor for recidivism and unsuccessful probation completion. Although girls' population is declining, the girls currently on probation are at more risk and have greater needs for services. Probation has monthly female-specific meetings with UCSB and behavioral wellness. Probation met with the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission on October 13, 2016. Additionally, probation met with community members and CBOs on October 24, 2016, additionally to discuss the grand jury findings. UCSB and probation reviewed females in placement over the past 5 years and discussed how Santa Barbara County could build on its strengths and reduce risks through trauma-informed care, and ideas were exchanged for programming both in and out of custody females. There was a discussion regarding fewer girls on probation with more risk and needs, the need for mental health services, the need for alcohol and drug services. Stakeholders spoke of services they provide in the community for females and requested quarterly meetings to continue discussing services available for girls in Santa Barbara County. Additionally, probation met with the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council work group on December 2, 2016. The presentation provided to the work group was similar to the community presentation, discussion regarding local placements in foster care, relative foster care, group homes, female-specific programming in the juvenile hall, and a commitment programs for the Santa Maria Juvenile Hall and a girls' camp. Females placed on probation receive dispositions and terms and conditions, as well as services that are specific to risk and needs, and this involves court orders. All recommendations for out-of-home placements are staffed with the Placement Review Committee. The Placement Review Committee is comprised of Probation, Behavioral Wellness, Department of Social Services, and the Santa Barbara County of Education. Recommendations for placement are brought to the juvenile court judge, and placement is at the discretion of the courts. Group homes are paid for by federal, state, and general fund dollars through Department of Social Services. Just some logistical information. On January 1st of this year, we had 24 females that were in out-of-home placement. In looking at what options we could possibly have, we looked at 3 different options. Neither of these probation department currently has the funding for. Probation explored potential opportunities for in-county residential treatment as well as for other programming for female offenders. One option was Daily Choices. This would be a 7-day-a-week program at Santa Maria Juvenile Hall. Currently, female-specific programming is provided 1 to 3 days depending on staffing and programming. Daily Choices is the name that staff selected for this, is enhanced programming for females in custody and would be 7 days a week. The goal of this program would be to provide appropriate programming, reduce recidivism, and provide continuity of care. An estimated cost submitted by our staff for a program of this nature would be approximately $600,000, and it would likely be general fund. Another program discussed, our staff titled Luz de Esperanza, or Light of Hope. This would be a court-ordered 90-day commitment program also at the Santa Maria Juvenile Hall. The goal of this program would be, if the need was present, to provide appropriate programming, reduce recidivism, as well as continuity of care. Service would be delivered by probation, behavioral wellness, community-based organizations, and volunteers, and would include transition action plan as well as aftercare component. The estimated startup cost for a program of this nature, based on the current condition of a facility, of our juvenile hall facility, and some upgrades, would be a little over $2 million one time, and approximately $1,100,000 of ongoing. The source could be general fund. The program capacity, based on the facility that we have, would be for 12 girls at any given time, which would be Unit 2 in our juvenile facility. The third recommendation that we looked at, and this was one specifically addressing the grand jury's recommendation, a girls' camp. This would be a 120 to 180-day commitment program. It would have to be court-ordered. Programming would be to develop the strengths and skills of our girls, develop self-discipline, self-confidence, and personal accountability to address social bonding needs. The goal would be to provide appropriate programming, reduce recidivism, as well as continuity of care in our criminal justice system. Estimated cost for this program would be $3,200,000, and the funding source would be general fund.
I have a question on that.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So, Chief, where are we at right now? What is the status? Like, how many girls do we have in juvenile hall right now, and what services are they being provided? I understand it. This is what you would like to do. So, what's the baseline?
I will have Deputy Chief DeLira respond to that.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. We currently have 20 girls in custody at Santa Maria Juvenile Hall. And the programming that we have is, and again, I'm going to look at Lori, names of them. Seeking Safety. and girls group, which is provided by Behavioral Wellness RISE staff. And then we have Girls Circle. And the programming is 1 to 3 days, as the chief had mentioned before. It has to do with staffing and available staffing. We have the rest of the institution to run. And we were doing the programming 1 day a week, and we have now been able to move it up to 3 days a week. And the program of daily choices would indicate a 7-day-a-week programming. It's a non-commitment program, so that every girl that goes into the hall would be eligible to receive this programming.
So what's the average stay for a girl at Santa Maria Juvenile Hall? How long are they in there? You can give me a ballpark. I mean, is it 90 days or 2 weeks? Or because I know it was different than what I had thought, that it was much shorter than I had anticipated.
Probation manager Holbrook, who's currently assigned to the juvenile hall, is estimating on average about 30 days.
30 days. Okay, so they're in there 30 days, but right now they're only really getting treatment. They're only getting a program that's once a week. I mean, is 3 days a week. So is behavioral wellness in there at all, or anybody else come in?
To Supervisor Lavagnino, through the chair. So our juvenile hall overall has programming pretty much during waking hours. The programming that we're addressing is specifically female specific,
right,
or individual female groups. But they have education. They have a high school there that provides that curriculum. So that uses most of the daytime hours during the week. We have additional cognitive behavioral programs or programming that's available to everybody in our juvenile hall during evening hours and on weekends, including large muscle exercises outside, part of their physical training. So.
And we're tracking, so what's our recidivism rate right now with the programs and everything that we have now? Or do we know that? Okay.
Unfortunately, that was another one of the grand jury's recommendations of having consistency with our recidivism rate. But that would be even more complicated because we'd have to follow by different categories differently to see if there's different recidivisms. The first challenge that we're doing as a department is trying to establish a uniform recidivism rate with juvenile hall and with the camp so we can compare apples to apples. But
okay.
I couldn't.
So do we have, I know like we have trouble with our jail management system, but do we have a tracking? So if somebody is presented to you, you have a history of that person, you know the person's been back. I mean, that is something that we could figure out, correct? I mean,
when we come before the board through budget workshops, we have a figure that we call how many returns to juvenile hall based on each commitment, and I don't have that in front of me.
Right.
But I think it's for every person on probation, a little over once in a year that they would return, and that's been consistent, through the last 5 years with our juvenile recidivism. As a larger, I don't have specific female recidivism. And we do have a case management system once we identify exactly how we want to define recidivism.
okay, so my final question then is, so on one of these programs you had talked about follow-on services. So if somebody, once they leave juvenile hall, do we have a case management that does follow-up, or is it just kind of hope you don't come back?
Supervisor Lavagnino, through the chair, most youth that leave juvenile hall or our camp are still currently under juvenile probation. And there is case management component where the individual probation officer would create a case plan and supervise based on that individual risk and need. So there is some supervision. I can tell you that at a minimum, it's probably a year on probation. We have some youth that extend way beyond that year.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any public comments?
Have you concluded your report?
Just in closing, as to the grand jury's recommendation regarding evaluating the inclusion of a juvenile female offenders at Los Prietos Boys Camp, probation would like to respond that the recommendation will not be implemented because it is not warranted or is not reasonable, which is the specific language that we are to respond to the grand jury. Probation data does not support a camp program for girls, even if the funding could be redirected as a commitment program. We believe that the girls should be kept in the most home-like environment. A camp placement is not as home-like as a relative or non-relative foster care. It is our intent to return to your board with an administrative item agenda, likely on February 14th, indicating a formal response to the grand jury's recommendation with regards to incorporating a girls program into the Los Prietos Boys Camp. In closing, probation would like to acknowledge and thank the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, University of California, Santa Barbara, Behavioral Wellness, Department of Social Services, and the community for assisting probation in the evaluation of female-specific programs in response to the grand jury's report. The discussions aided probation in concluding that whenever possible, relative and non-relative placement should be utilized. Probation, Department of Social Services, and Behavioral Wellness are committed to expanding the availability of these options in our community. I would like to acknowledge Supervisor Wolf and her staff. With her support, the girls at Juvenile Hall have received supplies and enhanced programming given our current situation. Thank you to her, her staff, and the Board of Supervisors for your continued support of probation and the females in the juvenile justice system. We ask that the board receive and file a presentation and authorize us to respond as indicated.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Ribalgo, and to your staff. I know the work, well, as you said, I've been a member of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Committee for my entire time on the board, and it's been one of the most exciting positions that I'm honored to hold. And I have, throughout this time, I've seen some incredible work done by probation, mental health, I mean, really the folks you mentioned, and Jill Sharkey from UCSB and her team. But with that being said, and you know that I have been a very strong supporter of female-specific programming. So thank you for mentioning that. But I will say that your last comment about what ultimately we will be saying to the grand jury, that this is not warranted, not reasonable, and this is what is really troubling, even if funding is available. Because what that says to me is that even if we had the money, we wouldn't do any of those options that were suggested. And I think we all know and understand that there is always a preference of having girls or foster kids in a foster home environment. But as you just said, we only have, I think you mentioned that we have only 2, and most of the kids are in group homes. So, and I remember when I was at the last JJCC work group meeting, there was a lot of discussion about the difficulty that we will have in having these young girls get into foster home. As it is, it's difficult to find foster homes for foster children, but these girls have additional needs. And so finding foster homes will be even more difficult. So I was hoping that we as a county would look to alternatives where, as was said in many of our girls-specific evaluations, and we now know that these girls are coming to us with they're higher risk, and they have severe mental health issues that could be addressed outside of an institutional setting. So, to me, I don't really see. I guess the bottom line is that the decision is made that we're not going to do anything, because even if we had the money, we wouldn't do it. And I find that incredibly disappointing, because I think that this county is poised to look at alternatives. If it's at the camp, and I think I said this before, and I said we were going back and forth in emails, that doesn't need to mimic, nor should it mimic, the programming that the boys receive. it should be a very specialized program. And I think what the grand jury rightly identified is that we have the opportunity, we have the space at the camp to perhaps use it for a girls' program. But that wasn't, and as we talked about at our last meeting, it didn't have to be at the camp. It just needed to be an intensive residential setting for the girls. And so your last option was one of those, but it appears that we're not moving forward. See, I was thinking that the financial piece was an issue, that we didn't have the money to do it. So that's why I had asked you questions similar to what Supervisor Lavagnino asked, is how much are we paying for these group homes that we couldn't then utilize that money in county for our own program. And I know you said today, and you said to me in an email, that we don't have that information. So if this comes back to us and this is our response to the grand jury, I'm going to be voting no, because I don't believe that we have truly investigated the opportunities that we should be investigating. I know other counties have these programs. An out-of-institutional setting for girls in a residential high treatment setting. And I'm really, I'm sorry that we're not even looking more in depth into how we might move in that direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino, did you have anything? Oh, sorry.
Supervisors, through the chair, so I just want to clarify a couple of things, and that is that in response to Mr. Rabago's discussion about response to the grand jury, so I just want to repeat, because I think we're all in alignment of what we think we need to do, and it's a matter of funding. I will definitely say that. But one issue that the grand jury's recommendation was regarding the Los Prietos Boys Camp, that the board direct probation to evaluate female juvenile offenders in this program. And so I think what Chief Rabago and other of those in the field have said, that it wouldn't be beneficial for this clientele of girls to be in the Los Prietos Boys Camp or a similar camp. And so Supervisor Wolf pointed that out the last time and said, can the probation department come back and look at different alternatives, and just as you said, on better treatment programs, residential treatment programs for these girls. So in response to the grand jury, I think the grand jury specifically said for including female juvenile offenders in Los Prietos, and our response was that we'll look at it, but I think this is the second time around we've looked at it, and we don't think that's an appropriate place. So I think he's just trying to get a response back to the grand jury, because we said we would look at it. That doesn't have to come back in 6 months, so we can do it a little bit later, but I think that was the intent. The second question was, for the board, if this is a priority in looking at one of these programs or something similar to address the concerns that Supervisor Wolf said, I think the appropriate time would be at budget and looking at different programs. You'll have a presentation later this afternoon about our budget, but if there's a reprioritization of services that you would like to see, I don't think we're prepared to do that today, but we could be doing it over the next several months as we get closer to our budget decisions. And it would be then, are there programs we could reduce in order to make room and to address this issue? And I think that discussion is worthy of having, and we could have that when we get closer to the April workshops.
Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you. So the grand jury, you're correct, CEO Miyasato, too, that we were to evaluate the inclusion of female juvenile offenders in this successful program, which was the camp. But then our response to the grand jury was that we would explore potential opportunities for in-county residential treatment and programming. And frankly, when I see what it was before us, it's not an evaluation of the different programs that are potentially before us. We saw the 3 different options. That's what we received in our packet, and then you elaborated a little bit today. So I don't see it as a full evaluation of potential opportunities for residential treatment and programming. Bottom line is, unfortunately, it wasn't I don't believe, a robust analysis of options that we have available. I think the girls program that we have in the camp is excellent. Ms. Sharkey and her team have identified ways in which even that could be improved. So absent any of this information, I'm hoping that those recommendations will be followed. But again, what we said to the grand jury, absent what they said to us, because again, they focused on the camp, but our response back was that we would look at residential programs. And aside from the budget, again, Ms. Miyasato, what I heard from our chief was, regardless of, even if we had the money, we wouldn't do it. So that's that's actually what's really concerning to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Wolf, if I might ask, how would you like to follow up on this? What would satisfy you?
What would satisfy me is that we maybe have a collaborative effort with probation, mental health, and Department of Social Services. After we were in Sacramento, I was with Chief Rubago, and we had the Stepping Up initiative, and it was a great collaboration of the different departments working together as we were talking about mental health issues and jail and incarceration. I would like to see something like that happen within our departments, because we, aside from probation, we don't have a residential home, you might say, for adolescents to receive residential treatment in our county. All of our kids are being sent out of county. And again, that's not necessarily probation. So so what I would like to see in my dream is to have our departments come together and come to us and let us know what are our options. Is it to provide residential treatment for kids who are not on probation? Is there a way that we can do it for girls who are on probation that need these intensive mental health services? I think that's what we're missing in our county. We're missing a residential treatment program for our kids. Now, it came up here today because we're talking about probation, but if we could get probation, mental health, and Department of Social Services together in the same room to look at what can we do using the money that is available to redirect the money, and if it's utilizing the camp because we have the facility, that's one option, or someplace else. So that's what I would like to see.
Chief Rubago?
The reason I said even if we had the money is in our last presentation we talked about a continuum of services, and there's many things in the continuum that would need to be tiered first before we got to a larger program similar to the camp program, which was just specifically addressing the inquiry by the Board of Supervisors. I do understand that there's additional investigative work that's on behalf of the probation department and will involve our continued stakeholders, but I'd like to conclude this grand jury response, have it filed and be done, and I'd be more than happy to come back in 6 months or whenever directed after we've had this discussion. We look at the numbers of how much placement is received, how much money is received from realignment, and then looking at the whole continuum of services to see what would be the best fit for our county and our individual needs.
Okay. Mr. Allen, do we have any public comment?
No request to speak.
Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Hartman, just for clarifying the framework that you're operating under today, with respect to a grand jury report, there's the Penal Code Section 933.05 provides a menu of choices, which the board went through at a prior meeting. And what you're doing today is receiving some further analysis, not more than 6 months after publication of the grand jury report. There's no clock running on the county at this point to make further reports to the grand jury. So I just offer that you have a lot of discretion in this area as to any follow-on actions.
Thank you. And a question for Ms. Miyasato. I believe February 14th, what comes back to us here related to this item, and then it comes again in the budget cycle?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, I believe the chief had wanted to do a response back to the grand jury on the February 14th meeting following this discussion. I think that was his intent. And Mr. Gazzoni is saying there's no time clock on that. That can come back later. As far as budget discussions, I think if the board so directs, Supervisor Wolf's request of having social services, mental health, probation get together and further evaluate options for girl-specific programming, which would be enhanced services. And I know that Terry Mosnisic and others are part of a group of our departments that meet regularly. It's our Health and Human Service departments and probation, and they can take that up at one of their meetings.
Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no comments, well, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Yeah.
Thank you. That we receive and file this presentation, and that we direct staff, as noted by CEO Miyasato, to bring those departments together to look specifically at a girls, female-specific programming in a residential setting, providing intensive mental health treatment and other services as required.
May I have a
Madam
second?
Chair, a question on that motion. So I'm still kind of confused if, based on what the CEO said, because I know the chief wants to bring it back in a couple of weeks and kind of finish it with the grand jury, but is that really what the intent of the board is? Or would we rather wait if there's no shot clock? Why don't we wait until we actually know what we want to do? Because I'm not really sure what the letter would say at this point, except that we're not going to implement it, but we're not really sure that that's a policy decision that we want to make at this point. So,
Well, that's very true. So I was just trying to move us to move us forward, and then this grand jury issue is going to come back before us. And like I said before, I will personally, I will not probably be in favor of it, but at least it will give us the time to respond. It'll give us that opportunity to respond to the grand jury.
okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, the February 14th is not as Supervisor Lavigno said, not a shot clock date. If the chief, just as a courtesy to the grand jury, wants to report what has occurred, the minutes of this meeting would indicate that the board received and filed a report and directed to staff to come back with further study, and a letter to that effect would certainly be a adequate courtesy to the grand jury. You don't
Okay,
have
well, that's actually
I think
even
that's
better
better.
than,
Yeah.
I think that's great. So then my motion would stand as it's written, and then we'll leave,
Direct staff.
Chief Rabago to do exactly what has been recommended. That we're not, in essence, we're not done studying this issue.
So your motion is the staff recommendation to receive and file, and then we have additional direction to staff to go back and look at this. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, may I have a second
Second.
for the motion? Okay, before I call a vote, I just had one comment about this, and I don't need an answer, but I think it's important to consider, are girls being treated equally in this female-specific program? And what are the reasons, which I didn't hear today? What's the research? How do we know that they're better in a family care than, say, in a camp or intensive care? So I don't need answers to those, but those are things that I would have. So may I have a roll call vote, or please?
Mr. Lavigno?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Ms. Wolf?
Aye.
Ms. Hartman?
Aye.
Passes 4-0.
Thank you. Now we're going on to item 3 in our agenda. Mr. Allen, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It's a hearing to consider the appeal filed by Mr. Tom Signorelli regarding the Planning Commission's August 31, 2016 denial of the Appeal 15, APL 19, and de novo approval of the Jimenez Land Use Permit, case number 14 LUP 514. This is in the 3rd District.
Thank you. And this is a quasi-judicial item, an appeal. Are there any ex parte or site visits that any board members would like to report? Supervisor Wolf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I and my staff, Naomi Kovacs, met with Cindy Suter, agent, and Kathleen Weinheimer, attorney, on December 1st of 2016. And basically, it was sharing the project history and recent update.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Madam Chair, I think I received an email that I think went to all the board members that I forwarded to the clerk of the board.
Thank you.
From Mr. Signorelli.
Thank you. And I did conduct a site visit last week and received a number of emails as well from Mr. Signorelli. I just want to explain the process to everyone. First, we have the staff report, and the board can ask questions of staff, and then we go to 5 minutes for Mr. Signorelli, the appellant, to make his case, and then the agent for Mr. Jimenez, I guess it's Ms. Suter, will have 5 minutes, and then we have an opportunity for public comment, and then rebuttal, 3 minutes each side, and then corrections by staff, and then it comes back to the board. So could we please have the staff report? Mr. Zorovich, are you?
Madam Chair, we just need one moment to bring up the
Of course.
presentation.
Madam Chair, if I could ask a question from Santa Maria, please. Are you going to break for lunch between this item and number 4? There's people here waiting for item 4, and we're wondering if you're going to break for lunch and go to closed session.
Thank you for asking, Mr. Caldwell. Yes, we are.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
We're having some trouble with the computer pulling up the presentation, and it should be up more momentarily. Thank you.
Doing closed session now. I hate to make them wait. Since we are having technical difficulties, we're not quite sure when we're going to have this ready. We will break now for closed session. I'm sorry to the appellant and the applicant, but oh, they do have it now. All right, let's move forward then.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I just want to take a moment to introduce staff. Jeff Wilson, Deputy Director of the Planning Development Department. John Zorovich, the Supervising Planner, is here. The presentation will be given by Steve Rodriguez, the planner that has been assigned to this project. The item before you is an appeal of the Jimenez land use permit for a road or segment of a road, and it's on appeal by Mr. Tom Signorelli. So I'll turn it over to Steve Rodriguez for the presentation.
Thank you, Jeff. As you can see by the date on the opening slide, this item has been continued since December 6th. It was continued at the request of the appellant. This slide shows the project site. It's about 678 acres. It's zoned Ag 2 100, and access to the site is from Halama Road, which is adjacent to the site to the east. There's one of the agricultural operations that's conducted on the project site is harvesting trees that have either been planted by the property owner, the applicant, or harvesting native oak trees. The trees, both the planted and the native trees, are excavated from the ground, placed in boxes, and sent off the project site. Planning and Development responded to a zoning violation complaint in 2014 specifically about harvesting native oak trees and determined that that operation was an allowed agricultural use in the Ag 2 zone. That operation does not require a land use permit and or any other discretionary approvals or ministerial approvals. The land use permit that is being appealed today does not pertain to that agricultural operation. In way of background regarding this project, a land use permit was approved by Planning and Development in 2015 for the construction of 3 new agricultural roads and the maintenance of 6 roads on the project site. The new roads and the roads that were going to be maintained were generally located on the southern portion of the project site that's shown on this figure. The land use permit that was issued, along with an associated grading permit, would also abate a zoning and grading violation that was reported in 2014. The violations resulted from unpermitted road maintenance along a road segment approximately 200 feet in length that in an area that's highlighted by the red box. The map on this slide, the proposed grading and maintenance plan, shows all of the roads on the project site and the roads that were originally requested by the land use permit. Planning and Development's approval of the land use permit was appealed and to the Planning Commission, and on August 31st, 2016, the Commission denied the appeal and approved the land use permit. The Planning Commission's approval of the land use permit has been appealed to your board, and after the second appeal was filed, the project applicant revised the project. The project now no longer includes the development of 3 new dirt roads on the project site and does not include maintenance activity on 5 of the original 6 road segments. The project now only includes approval of previous maintenance operations that were conducted in the 200-foot road segment highlighted in the box. And ongoing maintenance of that road segment. So the scope of the project and the land use permit has been narrowed substantially. This just shows a highlight, zoom in on the road segment that is now the subject of the land use permit. The area that is circled is what is being considered. The land use permit and grading permit were required because the road maintenance that was conducted, which consisted mostly of removing dirt and rocks and some vegetation that had accumulated on the road, was located within 50 feet of a stream. There are 4 appeal issues filed regarding the land use permit. In the first, the appellant asserts that harvesting oak trees from the project site is a nursery operation rather than an agricultural activity, results in extensive grading and environmental impacts, and is inconsistent with grading ordinance requirements. In response, the land use permit that was issued for the road maintenance project does not pertain to the agricultural operation associated with removing oak trees from the project site. This issue was evaluated by Planning and Development in 2014, and a land use permit or grading permit is not required. Second appeal issue, the appellant asserts that too much grading has occurred on the project site for road construction, and the grading has resulted in drainage and other environmental impacts. As can be seen by the exhibits that have been shown today, there are a lot of roads that have been developed on the project site, and a lot of those roads show up on aerial photos from early in 2000. Many of those roads have existed for a long time. The maintenance activities that are being proposed for the road segment that remains in the project are quite minor. It would not change the topography of the road, would not result in any additional exposed ground, would not create impervious surfaces that would increase erosion or runoff or have associated environmental issues at the project site. The project was found to be categorically exempt from CEQA, meaning that it would not result in significant environmental impacts. The third appeal issue, the appellant states that there are too many roads on the project site and additional roads will facilitate the removal of oak trees. As the project has been revised, the land use permit that has been appealed would not result in the creation of any new roads, and the road maintenance that has been requested on the highlighted road segment is not in an area where native oak trees are located, so the road would not facilitate additional removal of oak trees. And then lastly, the last appeal issue, the appellant asserts that there is a history of zoning violations on the project site. The land use permit and the associated grading permit that has been requested would abate an existing zoning and building violation that resulted from unpermitted maintenance on the road segment in question, and other zoning violations that have occurred on the project site are not related to the approval of this land use permit. So staff recommends the following: that your board deny the appeal and make the required findings for approval of the land use permit, including the CEQA findings, determine that the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and lastly, grant de novo approval of the requested land use permit, LUP 00514. And that concludes the presentation, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
So several of the appeal bases are pretty straightforward questions, but number two requires sort of evidence from some party or another. What is your staff analysis on whether that the unpermitted activity or the subsequently permitted repair affected the creek and watershed?
Chair Hartman, Commissioner Williams, the road that is now the subject of the land use permit is an existing road. I'm not certain when it was created. It shows up on historic aerial photos. The road maintenance required a permit because it's within 50 feet of a creek. The maintenance that is being requested and that has been conducted in the past, is the removal of dirt and rocks that accumulate on the road surface. There would not be substantial changes to the configuration of the road, and it wouldn't generate extensive soil changes to the topography of the road. It would not change existing drainage or runoff characteristics that would have the potential to change the drainage in the adjacent creek.
So it is your analysis that though the existence of the road may be having environmental impacts on the creek, the grading and removal of debris has not.
Commissioner Williams, I'm not certain that we have concluded that the existing road is resulting in significant environmental impacts. It's part of the baseline condition, but the proposed maintenance activities on the road certainly would not have the potential to result in environmental impact.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Signorelli, 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Tom Signorelli. I'm here to appeal this road. I need to correct this board here, the staff. This road was not originally there. This road was a cow trail. Let me stick to this script here. Roads are grading. Grading is defined as the movement of dirt. There are many reasons why grading is required. For whatever reason, there is too much of it, and too much of anything is not good. There is too much grading on this property. This owner took ownership 10 years ago. The operation on this property is removal of native oaks, a nursery. They are boxed and sold as a nursery ag product to the wealthy so that their backyards can look like ours once did. How do I pull the picture up? We're on the first picture. There we go. This is done under failed laws. Laws where a nursery is not defined by its actions and its impacts, but by an object, a cash register. Okay, we're going a little too fast here, you guys. Back up one more. There we go. Laws where ag is not a living off the land, but where it's looting of the land. What these failed laws allow is an operation that produces an excessive amount of grading. Too much grading, the same grading is needed for roads. Second picture. This is a photo of one side of a canyon. Everything in the red has been graded. Under that grading, there are holes, lots of them. The grading required for this removable is more than any ag product produced in our county. It is the exception. Understand that this photo is only one location and only one side of the canyon. The other side of the canyon is comparable, if not more severe. Before this operation would be required restrictions, it would have the ability to move thousands of cubic yards of dirt. This on cow country, not nursery land. Since this operation is excessive and done under failed laws, the root of all of our laws, the protection of property and safety, are not being supplied. The environment is being ignored and it is being destroyed. The impacts are severe and yet they are unknown. And all of this is just a small glimpse into what the future holds. This year, the erosion control permit for this operation expired, the only requirement needed. It was renewed and now allowing grading on slopes. The impacts have been severe. They will now become a lot worse. The grading in this photo is only a fraction of the grading allowed with the renewal of this permit. I'm concerned, very concerned. The environment should be also. We are not here, okay, here we go, good. We are not here to talk about the property's operation of constant grading. We're here to talk about this road, specifically this road. This road is located on the side of a hill on the banks of a creek. On the other side of the creek is a field. Right after taking ownership, one of the first things this property owner did was to remove the oaks from the banks of the creeks on the field side. The bank's directly across the creek from this road. Let me explain to you how this is done. First, you take and grade the vegetation to access the tree. This is done with a bulldozer. Then a backhoe digs out around the tree, a hole about 5 by 5. The box is built around the tree in the ground. It is then removed by crane. The bulldozer then covers up the holes. This was all done on the banks of this creek. Just down the stream from this area is the culvert crossing. This crossing was damaged from flooding that was caused from too much grading from this operation. This was only after 2 years. The owner tried to repair this by dumping dirt in the creek. That did not work. Even though the county claims that this repair made to the culvert is safe, it is questionable. Since the willows upstream have been killed, they will deteriorate, falling into the creek bed, and when the creek runs, these branches will clog. The culvert water will eat away the bank. The bank of rock on dirt. This is a threat. This is a threat. Too much grading on the property. Further down the same creek, there we go. We have an entrance gate and a new road. This was done without a permit and in violation of our law, a law that is mandated to protect our creek. The county did everything possible to avoid it, and to avoid issuing a violation, and after 2 years of running out of delay, they gave up.
Mr. Signorelli, I'll give you additional 30 seconds because you had some technical difficulties. I'll give the same to Ms. Suter, but you must close.
Okay, let me move off. Let me go back down to the very end here then. This road was originally a cow trail on the side of the hill. After the trees were removed from the banks, the owner planted nursery trees in the fields. All these trees will eventually be dug up and removed. All the fields will be dug up in their entirety. This road was originally graded to gain access to the creek. In the creek, the owner digs holes to pull water. This was done to pump water out to irrigate the planted trees. This is the reason for the grading of this road, to gain access to the creek. Since access is no longer needed, the road serves no purpose. I'm trying to... I object to the approval of these roads for the following reasons. There is no protection for our mandated creeks. Our creek environment is being destroyed. This mountain is unique. The mountain is the only one like it in the area. It should be preserved. This mountain is unstable. It's made of shale, and if it falls into the dead creek. This is a photo showing, where's the next photo one? There we go. This photo here shows the same creek. This was taken the same day. This is one side of the property line. This is the other side of the property line. Both of these creeks should be looking the same, exactly the same as they do throughout the whole valley on Lama Road. If you notice, the bottom one is dead. This is an effect of what has been going on here. The road sits right above that creek. Anything that falls from that road goes into that creek. That is not protecting our creek.
Thank you. And you will get some rebuttal time, but it'll be a little shorter. Thank you. Ms. Suter?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could I interject just for a moment, please? Before Ms. Suter goes or on rebuttal, in response to Supervisor Williams' question, I just remind the board that attachment 6 to the board agenda letter today, which is also hyperlink number 7 online, is the Planning Commission staff report dated July 20th, 2016. And within that staff report at pages 12 through 14, there's a pretty extensive, comprehensive plan consistency analysis that talks about effects in great specificity, and that's also part of the material before you, and it's also incorporated into the draft findings.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Hartman, members of the board. My name is Cindy Souter, and I'm the agent for the owner, Manuel Jimenez. And also here today is Kathleen Weinheimer, his attorney, so she may speak later. As for Supervisor Williams' comments about, or question, I guess I should say, about the erosion of the creek, Where this specific segment is located is what we have is a shale hillside, and then it's the creek down here. So, and I've got a picture from 1956. So this road's been here a long time. Just over time, it keeps sloughing and sloughing because it's a shale hillside. It's just a problematic area. And so we had a situation a few years ago where a lot of material came down, and so he just took, went to flatten it out. And I've got a picture. He put a nice little berm on the side to prevent erosion into the creek. And even the county agrees that the way he fixed it, the little berm that he built on the creek side, helps prevent further erosion into the creek. So it's an existing road, and the creek changes throughout the years. Right now, it's not really 50 feet away from the creek, but, creeks fluctuate in their channels, so, or top of creek, I should say. So right now, it's not 50 feet away, but, a few years ago, it might be right now because of all the rain we've had. So it's one of those things. It's just a road that's in a problematic location, and property owner did some repairs to it, not realizing that it was going to be enough to trigger a violation. And so now we are where we are today. I think I already touched on the fact that the road's been there at least since 1956. And, the property owner here is a good steward of the land. It's in his best interest to retain his soils and keep the land healthy. And he knows that. So, we're just here to get this problematic section of the road permitted today, and I agree with staff's recommendation to deny the appeal, and I hope you do too.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment, Mr. Allen?
We have no request to speak.
Mr. Signorelli, you do have 2 minutes.
This hillside is shale. What shale does is shale is rock that falls apart, and it basically falls. This road is located right on the banks of the creek. Anything that falls off this road falls into the creek. About 3 months ago, the property owner graded this road. And when I contacted the county, they told me that they were maintaining this road. And he had it clean. I mean, he had the deck of the road perfect. He had every rock taken off, and all of it went down into the creek, because when you grade, it goes off the edges. This morning I received a phone call, and I said, out of curiosity, what's the status with this road? Well, the road is, and understand now, 3 months ago, it was clean. The road has fallen. It's starting to fall more and more. The erosion on the top is falling into the road. My question this morning was, do you think it's passable? No, it is not passable. Where is all that gravel going to go to that's falling off the top of the mountain? It's all going to go down into the creek. The creek is not being protected. The creek has been killed, and if you let this continue on, the problems are going to get worse. I am really concerned because of all the grading activity that's going on this property. I am concerned about our safety, our environment, and I can't emphasize it enough. They've already caused flooding once. They've graded up the hills. I mean, this used to be one of the most pristine pieces of property, along with all the rest of the neighborhood. It was just unbelievable. It is graded up like immensely. The hillsides are just graded up, and now they want to go ahead and add this road. And I do not agree with you. When I was a kid, I used to play on the side of that hill and catch scorpions. The road that you're seeing in your photo from 1950, whatever, is cow trails. The cows would walk alongside the bank of the thing there. So you can pretend like it's a road, but it's not. It was cow trails. Always was, always, and that's the way it was. That's the way I remember it. We've lived out there. My parents have owned the property next door for over 50 years. Never was there a road there.
Thank you, Mr. Signorelli.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Kathleen Weinheimer. I'd just like to take a few moments to emphasize something that your council mentioned earlier, and that is that the project is consistent with all applicable county comprehensive plan policies, with the Land Use and Development Code zoning requirements. It's exempt from environmental review as a minor alteration to land, and it includes all necessary erosion control measures. As Ms. Souter indicated, Mr. Jimenez has installed a small berm along the side of the road to prevent any further intrusion, just as Mr. Signorelli described. If there is shale that comes down, the berm will prevent it from entering the creek. This would be seen as an environmental improvement, not as a detriment. Further, I would offer that the road maintenance is necessary to allow that road to prevent further intrusion into the creek and possible blockage by natural materials, all of which will be taken off-site and not dumped into the creek. We ask you to support the staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and approve the application. Thank you very much.
Are there any additions, corrections, comments by staff?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. Just to note that there is an active erosion control permit issued by Building and Safety on the project site that is applicable to all of the roads on the project, in particular the road segment in question.
Okay, I bring it back to the board. Are there any questions? I did have one. When mature oak trees are harvested from the side of steep slopes, what kind of erosion control plan governs in that situation?
Chair Hartman, it's my understanding that a grading permit is not required to remove oak trees. I don't know how often the trees are removed from steep hillsides. The number of oak trees that have been removed from the project site has not been extensive. In 2014, there was an evaluation conducted. It was an aerial photo study, and it was determined that about 1.6% between 2004 and 2014, about 1.6% of the oak tree canopy had been removed. I don't think a lot of that was on steep hillsides.
We have brought it back to the board at this point.
I just had one quick addition to make to his comment. He mentioned.
I'm sorry. Once we start deliberations, then it comes to the board. So you had your opportunity. I'm sorry. Are there any other questions or comments that we have? Supervisor Williams.
Well, number one, I think I want to say that I respect the intention of Mr. Signorelli to be, obviously a sheer number of roads will affect a property and have impacts over time. Of course, that's not before us today. What is before us is the maintenance of this road, which county staff, and I would add county staff that normally has a reputation for being very vigilant, according to some people, too vigilant. You know, if there's no way that we can parse whether if they all say it's an existing road, we kind of have to go with the idea that it's an existing road. We don't have evidence that it's not an existing road. But I do respect the vigilance of the appellant and the intention of the appellant. Though I have to say that probably in the long run, in terms of environmental impact, it's probably better that people are buying oak trees from Mr. Jimenez than buying other non-natives and planting them in their yards. If I had to choose which one is going to have worse impacts over time, I would probably say the alternatives are worse. And so, you know, this is an allowable use under our land use codes and under the oak tree ordinance. And I don't see a basis that we have to uphold.
Seeing no other supervisor lights, let me just add my comment, and that is this comes to us on appeal on a very narrow ground, that is the road. And I feel that I personally have to go with staff recommendation. However, seeing hillsides denuded of mature oaks, and that's a very difficult thing to see. And I think our laws don't necessarily cover that, and I think that's unfortunate. So with that,
Madam Chair, with that I will, if there's no other comment, I'll make staff recommendations A, B, C, and D, and that we do grant de novo approval of the project, subject to the conditions.
may I have a second? And all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes. So with this, I would like to recess to closed session. And Mr. Gazzoni,
Chair
before
Hartman.
we recess.
Chair Hartman, today in closed session, the board is scheduled to consider 4 items. The first is conference with legal counsel for one potential case of anticipated litigation. Next is conference with legal counsel for existing litigation, Santoni versus Maria Ponce et al. Then conference with labor negotiators with United Domestic Workers of America, American Federation of State, County, and Local Employees, Local 3930. Then conference with labor negotiators concerning Civil Attorneys Association of Santa Barbara County. My estimate is about 1 hour for closed session.
So we would reconvene about 1:30 for those in Santa Maria particularly who want to come. Thank you. Okay, we got to get going. We're reconvening the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting at 1:32 on January 24th in the board hearing room in Santa Barbara. Mr. Gazzoni, do you have a report from the closed session?
Chair Hartman and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board considered a conference with legal counsel for one case of anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel for one case of existing litigation, that is Santoni v. Maria Ponce. One matter of conference with labor negotiators for United Domestic Workers of America, Local 3930, and one conference with labor negotiators for Civil Attorneys Association of Santa Barbara County. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. And then going back to our departmental agenda number 4, Mr. Allen, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, item 4 is from the County Executive Office. It's a hearing to receive a budget overview and update to provide context for upcoming budget discussions and to review the foundations of the county budget and the budget development process.
Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'm Tom Alvarez. I'm the county's budget director. With me today are Terry Mosnisich and Dennis Bozanich. We'll be presenting a budget overview for your benefit and an update on recent events. So the purpose of today's presentation is to review the county's budget and upcoming challenges, to provide a foundation for monthly updates to the board, to describe potential impacts of governor's proposed budget, to describe the longer-term financial rebalancing and resiliency plan process, to solicit board feedback and answer any questions, to provide transparency to the board, community, and employees. So our budget development process consists of monthly board updates, and this will go through the budget hearings which occur in June. So as you can see, we've got 3 new updates for your board in January, February, and March, and this really has to do with recent changes both in terms of our pension costs as well as some other fiscal issues that are putting us in a more challenging situation. So we've added these to keep you abreast of changes and developments as we go through the budget process. We've already had the fiscal outlook report. That was in December, and that included our preliminary early look at what we thought the gap would be, where we saw in the coming years that our expenditures would be outpacing our revenue growth. In January, we're coming back today with this overview, and I think hopefully this will be most helpful for the new board members to just give an overview of our budget in total and our process and what some of the issues are that we talked about last year. In February, we're going to come back. The departments will have presented to us their initial budget numbers and their revenue estimates so that we can come back with an updated gap at that point. The following month, we'll come back with service level reductions. So when departments identify a gap, they have to make adjustments within their services so that they can meet their revenue amounts. Then in April, we'll come back with the budget workshop. This will again give overview information and any updates as applicable, and then you'll also hear from each of the departments, and they'll talk about overarching trends within their departments, a summary of sources and uses of funds, the update on their FTEs, any one-time funding that they're using to help balance their budget, service level reductions that are impacting their department, expansion requests, and then as they'll go through their accomplishments and objectives for the current and coming year. Then we'll come out with the budget book in May for yourselves and for the public, and then we'll come back in June with the budget that we hope will be adopted at that point. And then beyond that, we'll be talking about rebalancing. Those efforts will really pick up, I think, during the summer and the fall of next year. So we're going to give you now an overview of revenues, and this is general information and general trends, and certainly we can provide any more detail, but this is intended to be more of a high-level presentation. So as we look at revenues by fund, we're looking at the 16-17 adopted numbers. So these are for the current year, and for the members of the public, our fiscal year runs from July 1st through June 30th. So that's our fiscal 16-17 that we're in the middle of right now. We can see that on the left, that's our total budget. It's just over $1 billion, and so this is over here. So this pie, we can see the largest element is the general fund at 38%, or $386 million. And that is, within most government entities, that is the chief operating fund.
All the other funds that we're looking at over here, those have program-specific revenues. So a lot of those funds are restricted to those funds, and they can't be used for other purposes. And so that's how we show it. So this is the general fund. The next biggest is social services at 16%, 164 million. Behavioral wellness at about 100 million, 10%. Fire district at 72 million, 7%. Public health, 70 million, 7%. Roads, about 35 million, 4%. Resource recovery, 24 million, 2%. And then all other funds are about 160 million and 16% of the remainder. Then how we look at this, and we'll cascade this down for you. Within the general fund, there are two major elements. We often talk about discretionary revenues, and we talk about these are the funds that the board has discretion over and how they're to be used. They're primarily derived from property taxes. There's other taxes such as sales tax and TOT and so forth, but primarily the biggest element is clearly property taxes. The other thing I wanted to point out, while discretionary revenues are 60% of general fund, they're only 23.5% of the overall budget. So when we talk about the recent 5% budgeting target that we gave departments, a reduction in their general fund contribution of 5%, it really relates to this element of revenues here. So it's really not 5% of the entire countywide budget, it's just to this piece, so it works out to about 1.2 of the overall county budget. But it varies significantly between departments, and we'll see in future slides how that works. But we did want to communicate that that's only a portion of the budget. All other revenues are 146 million, or 38% in the general fund, and that would include state funding for public safety through Prop 172, realignment funds, and then departments also charge for their services. That's done with the sheriff, where he charges contract cities for the services he provides. It's done with planning and development with fees. The clerk, recorder, assessor charges recording fees. So those are some of the fees that are charged. Most departments have some element of that. Next, this is revenue by category. So it's that same $1 billion. The major elements are taxes. The biggest element is property tax within that. There are other elements, but that is clearly the largest element. As we go down around the circle here, the charges for services, we talked about the nature of some of those. It also occurs in the special revenue funds. So for behavioral wellness and public health, they'll charge Medi-Cal and Medicare based on services they provide. So we record that as charges for services because they relate to specific services, even though the funding source is really federal and state dollars. The clerk, recorder, assessor, we talked about them. They also charge recording fees. As we move over here, intergovernmental revenues state, 261 million, or 26%. So in this, we'll see state realignment funds. We have highway users tax. Department of Social Services gets a lot of their funding, their state funding here for CalWorks, Medi-Cal administration, food stamps. We also are getting, or budgeted to get, about $30 million this year from the Board of State Community and Corrections. That's for our North Branch Jail. We've got an $80 million grant. We're budgeted to receive $30 million, as I said, in this year. We also get Mental Health Services Act fund. That's where if you have income of over $1 million, you get 1% going to mental health services. That also comes through the state funds. For the federal funds, with social services, we talked about their state funding. You have the same thing for federal funds, so they'll be getting money for food stamps, Medi-Cal administration, foster care services. We also receive federal funding for our child support services. Public Works gets about $10 million for bridges that they're going to be constructing or redoing. We also get community development block grants. So this is the nature of the revenues that we get in. Then we have miscellaneous revenues and other sources, but that's the primary sources of revenues that we get on a countywide basis. This is a different look at our revenues. And so what we're doing here is we're showing, this is total revenues here. So you can see social services is the largest department. It's $170 million. And then it cascades down by department here. We're showing in blue the amount of non-general fund contribution operating revenues, and then the green is the general fund contribution. So we said we had these general revenues of about $240 million. Most of that is going to departments to help support their services, and that's the green bars that we're seeing here. So while social services is the largest department, you can see their general fund is less than $10 million, while the sheriff is the second largest department at about $125 million, but they get over $70 million in general fund contribution. So that's important when we talked about the 5% targets. They'll get a larger portion of the reduction, than other departments. And you'll see that public safety are all very much funded with general fund. Their discretionary services often. So a lot of that is provided with general fund contributions. So this is, I think, good information to have just to see relative size and kind of overall funding source. We talk about general fund contributions, so that is the amount of discretionary general revenues allocated to the departments. Okay. We have talked a bit about taxes, our largest revenue source, and property taxes is the largest element within that. Property taxes are based on the assessed value of properties and or businesses. That's determined by the assessor. And so this is a 30-year look. This is on their website. This is a 30-year look at the growth in the assessed value, or the tax roll, as they call it. So the first thing you'll notice is we've never gone negative. So that's a very positive thing about Santa Barbara. We have not gone negative in our change year over year in the assessed value of properties and entities here. So you can see we had some really strong periods in here, ranging from 6% up to 21%. Then we had a bit of a recession in here, and then you can see it came back again between 6% and about 11% for this period. Then this is the recession. So we were below 1.5% for 4 years in a row, and that was a very challenging time for us. And now as we've come back out of the recession, we're seeing our growth in the 4 to 5% range, which is different than what we saw in the past. It certainly was much higher than that as you look at this period and this period. So it's something that we have to look at our revenue sources, and is this the new normal? We all know that property taxes within Santa Barbara are very expensive, or rather property values. So now we'll take a quick look at expenditures. So expenditures, this is again the pie chart of total operating expenditures. It's very similar in pattern to what we saw in the revenues. The general fund is 34%, social services 17%, behavioral wellness 11%, fire 7%, and so on. It's very similar to what we saw in the revenues, but this is the adopted budget for expenditures. So these are appropriated funds. As we look at the general fund, what we wanted to show you here is, and this is how we cascade down. So the general fund is then broken down into departments. We can see the sheriff department at $128 million in total, probation at $54 million, district attorney at $24 million, 7%. And if we look at these first three largest elements, or departments rather, in the general fund, they're all public safety units. So it's 59% of the total of these three right here is, and you can see more than half, is public safety. And then we go on with planning and development, and clerk, recorder, assessor, general services, and then all other departments is the balance of 27%. Then just to understand, as we go, we can go deeper. So we've got the same thing that we saw. This is the general fund departments. We start with the sheriff. The sheriff can then be broken down, and they will be broken down in our budget document, into law enforcement, 48% of their budget, custody operations, 38% of their budget. They also have administrative and support and court security services. So that's broken down as, we call them budget programs. That's broken down in the budget book. And then within each of those budget programs, there are several individual programs that we can get in our Financial Information Network, or FIN. So like law enforcement would be broken down into several regional different programs. So we can look at very small units within our budget.
Supervisor Wolf has a question for you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Alvarez, the money that we put away for the operations for the jail that we've been doing every year, is that money sitting in custody operations, or I think you had told me we have it in a different. It's not part of this pie chart.
You're correct, Supervisor Wolf. It's shown separately. We're keeping that in a reserve fund balance.
Okay.
We plan to draw a little bit of that, and there is some element of that in the budget for the transitional staff that are being hired. Right now, we only have 5 transitional staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, as we look at the expenses, so this is similar to what we looked at before. I apologize to members of the public. It's very small print. If you get a copy of this, there's a tremendous amount of information on here. So it's a lot of information on one slide, but it is rather small, so I'll read the larger elements of it. We're showing again by department, again, the largest social services, then sheriff and so forth. We're showing, these are the major categories within our financial statements. Salaries and benefits is the largest. It's about 60% of our operating expenses. Services and supplies is 29%, and then other charges is about 12%. So that's the red is the other charges, the green is services and supplies, and the blue is salaries and benefits. So we can see that social services is the largest department, but the sheriff has the largest portion of salaries and benefits. So when we talk about significant changes that we're anticipating for pension costs, healthcare costs, those with higher salary and benefit elements will have a bigger adjustment to their budget. This large element up here of other charges is really a lot of the public assistance provided by social services, so they by far have the largest element of that. In the green for services and supplies, you can see that behavioral wellness and public works have very large elements. That's because they contract out a lot of the work. CBOs in the case of mental health, and in terms of public works, it would be contract services for road repair and so forth. And so you can see the different sizes of each. And you could look at public safety. A lot of that work is really done with staff. So it's services, salaries and benefits. So you can see sheriff has a large element here. Next one would be probation, has a very large element here. Fire, a very large element of salaries and benefits. And it'll be the same with the DA and the public defender. So that's largely services provided by staff. This is a total look at the staff of the county. We have 4,400 employees currently. The largest is social services at about 900, 670 for the sheriff, 540 for public health, 434 for behavioral wellness, probation 335, and so on. So we've just tried to provide some of that information so you can see the staffing levels by the different departments. Next, we'll talk about fiscal issues, scenarios for potential reductions to general fund contributions. So a lot of this information that we're going to be showing you now is that same information we provided during December in our fiscal outlook report. We haven't updated yet. As I said, we'll update as we get more information from departments. But at the time we did this, we indicated that we saw that these changes would be on the horizon that would be increasing cost elements for about $31.2 million. And it's a combination of cost elements, and in this case, it's a loss of revenue. That was the highway users tax within Public Works. So that was going to be a $31 million adjustment to our budget. There's also funding that we have. We had about $8 or $9 million of growth in general discretionary revenues to deal with some of this, but this is just trying to identify what are the big cost elements that are going to impact our upcoming budget. We then break down the total fiscal impact into what we think is going to be the discretionary revenue impact, and we thought that was going to be about $20 million. And we had developed these numbers before we got the final actuarial report from for the pensions. So this 12.2, I think, is now about 10.8. We're updating those amounts right now, and so as we come back with our budget, we're actually going to have those baked into the most current numbers. But again, it'll change a little bit, but by and large, these numbers are relatively the same. And that's what we show here. The other thing I'll point out is that the jail capital needs here is one-time versus ongoing. That's very important as we look at our budget. We talk about these discretionary revenues. Those are ongoing revenues, and we allocate only those, and we try not to fund ongoing activities with one-time sources so that we can remain structurally balanced. This schedule,
Supervisor Wolf has yet another.
Yet another. One of many. I lost my train of thought. Because we talked about it yesterday.
So, Supervisor Wolf, one of the things that we did talk about previously was that as we look at our scenario 2, we talked about certain fiscal issues. It's not all of these that are included in here, and also there is funding to offset some of this. So we have about $8 or $9 million of general discretionary revenue growth that can go against some of these. And then others of these, for instance, behavioral wellness, we've not funded that because the landscape there changes year to year. We've been using one-time funding for the last couple of years as we were hopeful that the IST situation and others would come down a bit and our funding needs would reduce. So we've been able to balance that, and it's not that we have this out of balance position, it's a lower number than this, and I think we'll see that in some of the coming slides.
So I remember what I was going to say. So some of these items have already been built into this 17-18 budget. I mean, we've anticipated that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that just occurred to me was this main jail capital needs of one time, because we had a fund balance from last year. Was it $5 million?
That's correct. A little over $5 million.
So I think that's what maybe you were referring to. I mean, that is a possibility of using that fund balance for the one-time main jail capital needs. Has that been considered?
Supervisor Wolf, the chair, you're right. So what Mr. Alvarez is talking about is we ended the year as of June 30th with some savings from departments of about $5 million. And so we've been holding that aside to see what needs come through this year. So for one-time needs, that would be an appropriate use. But I also want to caution that we have a couple of departments who look like they're over budget. And so their budget issues would have to be solved also, most likely with that same pot of funds in this current fiscal year. But you're right, it's a possible use.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So this schedule of estimated pension rate increases has been updated with the most recent information that we've received from SB SERS. And so one of the things I did want to point out, we highlighted here, and again, we've got limited space here, so we've called this the SB SERS 50 basis point decrease. So as you're aware, we reduced one, or rather, SB SERS board had reduced the expected rate of return from 7.5% to 7%. But this line that we're seeing includes that adjustment, but it also includes adjustments for the last couple of years where we have not reached our investment returns that we had targeted. So that creates some unfunded liability that needs to be amortized. And it also includes demographic changes. So mortality tables and adjustments and those types of things, inflation adjustments would also run through here. So the total impact, what we had originally seen is that we thought we were going to be at about 36%, and it actually was predicted to go down a little bit, but we left it at this baseline for budgeting because we thought there might be a change in the rate of return. And so with all the changes, we didn't expect 50 basis points. This is the projected increase. So this is the percentage of pensionable payroll that has to be set aside for retirement costs. So if somebody makes $100, in this year we'll have to set aside $38.7, and in this year we'll have to set aside $44.4 for their pension commitments. So if we look at that in terms of dollars, we've updated this schedule to reflect that. So we're starting at a base of about $120 million in this current year. The blue bars, what we're showing is that we anticipate that just with normal raises, you're going to have some element of increase in your pension costs. So the underlying assumptions in our 5-year forecast are a 3% growth here and 3% growth or raises here in 18-19. And then 19-20 forward, it's gone back to 2%, which is what we had been running the last couple of years. So that's what we've loaded into our 5-year forecast. That says that had there been no changes, it would have gone from $120 million per year in retirement costs, pension costs, up to $134 million. And if I could digress a little bit, this $120 million is broken down about equally into funding the unfunded liability versus ongoing normal costs. So then what we're saying is this additional amount is the result of those three elements, primarily those three elements that I told you before: the change in the assumed rate of return, investment returns that were not in line with expectation, and then also other demographic changes. So this is going to require some additional funding, and so that will impact our future budget, and that was one of the things we talked about in our fiscal outlook report. This is just a little bit more detail now going into who will be most impacted. So as we look at we talked about functional groups, and public safety will be the most impacted. They currently are estimated to have about $59 million that they contribute to this. It'll be going up to about $80 million. That's an increase of $21.4 million, or about 37%. The next highest impact is the Health and Human Services, going up about $13.6 million, which is about that same 36%. The other functional groups will also have increases, but they're starting from a lower base. So as we look at our rebalancing going forward, it's going to be a multi-year plan. One of the things we want to look more closely at is our pension costs and how we stack up against other pension plans. So one of the things we determined to look at, we've just recently started this, and so we have some preliminary information. We've got this by going into other counties' actuarial reports and pulling information out of those. And what we see is that these are the total amounts that are contributed for normal costs. So again, we're not talking about the unfunded liability because some counties use pension obligation bonds and other things that make it very hard to get comparisons. This is just normal cost. So with normal cost, I'll say we're in line with everybody else. If you look at those that are over 15%, this is Santa Barbara here, we're at 18.5%. If you look at those over 15%, it's really 6 of the 9 that we looked at, and 1 is right on the border there. It's almost 7 of 9 are above 15%. But what we can see is that we are the highest in terms of the employer portion that we pay. That's the red bar here. That's 13.7%. And in terms of the employee portion that they pay, Santa Barbara County has the lowest of the ones we looked at. They're 4.8%. So if we take the average of all of these employee contributions, it comes out to 8%, and we're at 4.8%. So that's a difference of 3.2%. So that'll be one of the things that we'll be looking at as we go forward.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I don't know if this is a question for you, Mona, but is that I'm assuming that, you know, a lot of times we say with pension, it's, you know, we're a 37 Act county or it's the state. This is basically self-inflicted at this point, correct? I mean, is this something we negotiate?
This is sort of a combination of all our rates of our plans that we've adopted over time. So I don't want to say it's all self-inflicted, but they are because of choices that we've made, either negotiations or the pension plans that we chose at the time that they were created. So
but the individual, so when you say plans, we're talking about like, as opposed to different employees are in different, like a plan B or whatever. Those are the plans you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. So who developed those, or how do we, I mean, I see where we're at. I guess the question is, how do we better balance that out? How do we get, or can we?
So we do have choices, and we'll be bringing that forward to the board as our rebalancing and as part of labor negotiations, because as you know, any of these changes will have to be negotiated. And so we are, the first step is making sure we have adequate data, and so this is sort of the first step of understanding where we are. I think we've been saying that we, as the employer, pay more than other like counties towards pension. And I think what Mr. Alvarez's data is showing is that overall that's the case.
Okay, so this is our move to looking at total compensation for employees instead of just looking at, I mean, when a lot of our employees will go and look at a salary from a different county and say, look, I'm underpaid, I'm not making as much as the other county. We're trying to look at what the total compensation is and what our share is and what their share is.
Supervisor through the chair, yes, that's an argument we have made, that because we contribute more towards a particular union's pension vis-a-vis this, we are in line with total compensation.
Okay. Thank you.
And I failed to point out that this is general members. So you were talking about general, this is a group of plans that comprise the general members. Yeah. So, and then we'll go on and look at safety. So the same type of chart. Again, about the same number that are above 25%. You know, there's 3 that are above 30, including ourselves at 31%. But most of them are above 25%. The relationship is the same. Again, we're paying the highest percentage as an employer. The employees, again, the lowest percentage. If I take the average of these, it comes out to 10.5%, and we're paying 6.2%, so there's a difference of a little over 4% there. I think there may be some opportunity between these two.
One last question, not one last question, but it's Supervisor Lavanino yet again. It'd be really interesting to see what those dollar values are, what those percentages actually equal out to in real dollars. I mean, if we ever get, it'd be nice to have that eventually. I mean, unless you have it in a future slide.
Well, so a swag on this one is about $7 million per year. And a swag on this one is about $3.5 million, but we'll get better numbers. That's a very
swag is
rough number.
I know what it means to me, but I don't think it means the same thing to you, Tom. So that's the difference between that and normal? I mean, the average?
Yes.
Okay.
If we adjusted ourselves to the average.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, and then this is what we used in the fiscal outlook report, and this has not been updated, so this is the information at that point in time. So this is our revenue line, so you can see that we're starting with $240 million roughly in the current year that we've adopted, going up to about $280 million, so we do have some growth here. what we're seeing is that our expected costs are going to be right in line with that. So really, just about, we're balanced, and this is based on our policy decisions. We also have made certain commitments. The board has committed to the fire tax shift, the North Branch Jail, a strategic reserve, all of these things we've set aside money, so when we have growth, it takes some of that growth money away. But with this, we are balanced. As we start to look at what we called scenario 2, this overlaid some of the fiscal issues that we thought were going to need funding, and you can see that then our expenditures exceed our projected revenues. We start having these negative gaps. And then the last thing we did was to take I'll say a very pessimistic look and say if the general fund units, general fund departments did not get additional revenues to offset what they would typically fund with state revenues or charges for services, what would that gap be? And so that was these scenarios. So that was 1, 2, and 3 that we went through. This is a summary of those. So what you can see is that we are, with scenario 1, we're slightly positively balanced here. Again, what's in here is we have absorbed the general fund's portion of pension cost increases, but there's very little left over now to deal with any of the normal increasing new fiscal issues that we would have or any new items that have come up. If we overlay what we know to be in need of funding through scenario 2, we start getting larger gaps over here from $8.5 million to $14 million in the out year. And then gap number 3, which again is kind of a worst case scenario, we do think it'll improve. We go from about $14 million to a negative $37 million. And that was a negative $14 million to a negative $37 million. And so this is what we're starting to plan for and work on now. This is just a summary of the same information that we presented previously. Scenario 1 was our normal policy-based general fund revenues allocated based on existing policies. Other funding sources are necessary to provide current level of services. We talked about that different departments have different portions of general fund contribution. So somebody like Human Resources, 91% funded with general fund contribution, will have a bigger impact from this 5% adjustment within general funds than P&D, who only gets 25% of their funding from general funds. And this didn't encompass any unusual items or emerging issues. Scenario 2, this just identified what we knew during the fiscal outlook report that would most likely require funding. In some cases, we used our best estimate. We talked about inpatient services at behavioral wellness. Very hard to get a handle on what is the ongoing amount that will be required there. At this point, we used the Q1 information that we had from them that said it would be about $4 million. We've assumed that to be ongoing. So these are the items we've identified. I would let you know that it's about $11 million in year 1. And this is 12 and a half, so it's not incremental every year, it's cumulative. So you can see that once we fund mental health at that level, that hopefully would be adequate at that level. It wouldn't have to increase. And then scenario 3, we talked about that's where we assumed the general fund departments didn't have enough revenue to cover the other portion of their funding needs to address the salary and benefit and other cost increases. So this is a little summary. It's that same gap that we showed for the scenarios 1, 2, and 3. And then down below, this was our initial look as we looked at it a little over a month ago. We said probably going to need $13.5 million the first year, then 10, then 8, then 5.4. And that worked out to these percentage adjustments. That's where we first started with saying the first year we were going to look at a 5% target adjustment to the general fund contribution. And we say target adjustment because that'll give us some idea of what the impacts would be so that we can go back. We know we won't be able to implement all of those, but that gives us a first place to start. As we've refined the salary model is what we use to load detail information into everybody's budget. It loads individuals in great detail, so we get a much more precise number. So based on that, it's pretty close. We're saying 5% year 1, 4.5% year 2. Then it looks like it's going to drop to about 2% beyond that. And again, this is just for the general fund contribution portion. So that's a summary of what we're thinking in terms of our overall target budget contributions to departments. Next is our...
Excuse me, Supervisor Wolf would like to ask you a question.
And, Tom, in the earlier slide when you had the chart on revenue sources, think about 25% was other charges for services. Are departments looking at that as far as increased revenue? I thought, like for instance, planning and development were going to bring a fee increase to us.
Yes.
Are any other departments looking at anything like that?
Supervisor Wolf, you're absolutely correct. So they will be coming back to the board with adjustments to their fees. I know that the Sheriff's Department provides services to contract cities. They are working with our Office of Auditor Controller to look at what their true costs are to make sure that we capture all of those. I'm anticipating that there will be adjustments to their contracts to make sure that they've got full cost recovery. That's one of our budget principles. We expect that all departments are doing that. As we look at our rebalancing project, we're really going to focus on that as one of the elements to go in and get a group together to look at that to make sure that that's, almost auditing that
Right.
that is in fact happening.
And thank you for pointing out that that is our policy. And so now that we have this increase in pension costs, then it would seem to me that that has to be reflected in the cost recovery. So like the sheriff,
Yes.
is he taking that into consideration?
That's correct. So they're going to be overlaying that into their budget detail that they work up, and we'll have that in early February. We'll be coming back to the board end of February with an update of the impacts when we get their revenues is really the big missing piece right now.
And if I could just say right now, I just am really glad that we're having these discussions monthly, because as you said at the beginning, these things are changing. And so I really appreciate the fact that you've already got this calendared for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, since Supervisor Wolf mentioned it, I was planning on saving my powder till the end, but I think it's obviously all of these are not where we want to be right now, and will create damage in our community because of significant cuts. And so, to me, we should be open to whatever revenue ideas that departments can come up with in order to avoid some of these, or a portion of these cuts to very vital services. I do have a question. Can you repeat what the difference is between the scenarios? And then my second question is the insulation, the reductions that we would have to enact go down over time because the number of employees, in theory, that have a higher pension contribution goes up, or what's the dynamic there?
That's one of the underlying elements, but it is the impact in year one of the pension cost increase is greatest in year one. And so that is part of it, why it was so big in the first year.
And explain to me the difference between the scenarios again.
So this is our normal policy. So if you get, sheriff gets 55% of funding from general fund. So if salaries and benefits go up $100, we'd give them $55. They've got to find the 45 on their own. In scenario 2, we say, well, we know that they've been requested to go look at their medical and mental health services, and they probably need to expand those, and it's probably going to cost more money. And we're estimating right now it's going to be about $1 million. So scenario 2 says we're going to have to fund that. So that's going to really require more funding beyond our basic policy. And that was that scenario 2 where we had the little table of additional costs, and that was one of the elements in there. And then scenario 3 is that if departments weren't able to get any more revenues, if we wanted to cover all their costs, that's what scenario 3 would be. And again,
got it.
We don't believe
so
it will be
bad,
spent.
worse, and disastrous.
And the disastrous, I would say, is probably overly conservative view of that. It will get a bit better than that.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Just like I think we probably should get rid of scenario 1, because we've identified these things already, and scenario 1's like, well, if nothing bad ever happened, this would, and so that probably scenario 2 is probably in the. I just wanted to say too, though, that when we talk about full cost recovery, I know we're going to start hearing from people too that it's just not people that receive services from the county that are impacted. It's anybody doing business with the county. Whoever comes to pull a permit is, these pension costs are basically passed on to the taxpayer, they're the ones also going to have to, I mean, if that's what our policy is going to be, full cost recovery. I just don't want people to think it's just the folks that are somehow, you know, getting some benefit from the county. Anybody that does business with us is going to be paying more in the future.
Did you have something else, Jen?
Okay. So, and with that, what we'll see in some of the coming slides is really most departments are down in terms of the number of employees that they have from before. Pension costs have been a big part of our adjustments that we've been required to make. A lot of departments have become, have used automation and other things to become more efficient. So I think we are, you know, being more efficient perhaps than we have in the past, and we're continuing to operate with, in most departments, fewer employees that we had pre-recession. So what we're looking at here is that we, before the recession, 7-8, we had about 4,500 employees. You can see that at our low point, we had 3,840 employees, 3,840. So we lost 655 funded positions. As we've started to come back, we're showing here in the red, that is social service positions, and a lot of this is ACA related. Same with behavioral wellness, that's the green bars. You can see here, all of the increase here was those two departments, and actually the other departments had a bit of a negative, because this was the line before. You can see the blue line actually comes down a little bit. That means the other departments lost some positions. So most of the increase there was all ACA related, and then again here, DSS, some of this was public health, and about half of these two is public health. So the majority of the increase we're seeing is really in health and human services. So if we drill down a little bit further, this is a 10-year look. So this is the beginning point of 4,500. Again, we went down to 3,840. We're now at 4,400. But even after that comeback, the only positive functional group is health and human services. They're up 220 positions, or about 13%. All of the other functional groups are still negative. I wanted to highlight this because we're coming into a period where we're looking at reductions, and as we go forward, we want to make sure the board's aware we're starting from a point that is less than we were at 10 years ago in several departments. Not saying that's right or wrong, it's just something that I think we should be aware of.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think to highlight that, every functional group, I mean, every sub-functional group inside of public safety, we have fewer employees than we did 10 years ago.
That's correct. Sheriff's
Department, probation, DA, fire, and public defender, we all have fewer employees than we did 10 years ago. So, you know, ACA made a huge difference. It's not like, I mean, when you look at this, you think we've got as many employees and everything's staffed the same. It's just a complete reprioritization of county government.
So I think if we looked at this without those three departments that I mentioned, it would only be about 100 positions higher than this point today. So now this is by functional group. We talked about health and human services. So you can see that the 11-12 low point here, 1,526. They're currently up to 1,960. Started at 1708 pre-recession. So they're the ones that are overall up. They've added 434 positions since 11-12. Next is public safety. The dip here. So this 1,381. This was AB 109 came out right in here. So they were going to have certain reductions. I think they were able to avoid some of that. So they didn't go quite this low, but they also took on an additional 180 inmates at that point in time. So they've probably been about, this is their ongoing range, about 1,400. So now they're up, you know, just maybe 40 positions, but you know, half of those are these transitional positions that we're talking about for the new jail. So it's not really helping existing law enforcement duties. As we look at community resources, again, 631 down to 515. This is general government and support, 423, a low of 303, now at 342. And then policy and exec, 128, currently at, it's a hidden number, it's 97. And so then we'll just, if we go a little further, this is the health and human services. So you can see again, social services is up 253 from the trough here. Public health up about 50 from their trough, which occurred a little bit later. That was 1314. behavioral wellness up 150 from the 11-12 period. And then child support services has really flat funding and has had flat funding for several years. You can see there from 110 down to 75, their trend is just continuing in this fashion. And this is all federal funding, and it has not increased. Therefore, as costs go up, they have less employees. And a similar thing is happening. This is First 5 down here. First 5 is tobacco tax funding, and that's going down. So they'll be having less funding in future years. And then just very quickly, we also did the same lower level of detail for public safety. And as Supervisor Lavanino pointed out, it's exactly correct. 10 years ago, pre-recession, 709 positions in the sheriff's adopted budget, now down to 669. And again, if we take out the 20 for the transitional, we're really at 649. So it's a drop of 50 positions or so here. Actually, it's more like 60, excuse me. And then in probation, 398 to 335. Fire, 285, they got down to 239. This is when we had the fire tax shift. So I think there was a recognition that this is a critical public safety feature that was really taking a big hit, and so that has been restored to almost the pre-recessionary levels. District Attorney, 140 down to 135, so they've had some recovery in here, and then the Public Defender, 73 to 69. This is general fund contribution. These are...
The second time.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So before we leave the amount of employees, how does the amount of employees, because I think, if you make a drastic drop in the amount of employees too, though, how does that affect the pension fund? Because that can negatively impact when you're trying to help yourself in the pension fund, but that could actually negatively impact you.
There's a lot of moving elements to it, and you're exactly right. So right now, I mentioned that about half of what we pay in is for the unfunded liability. So if you have more employees to spread that over, the cost per employee is lower. If you have fewer employees, then the cost to fund that is going to be higher per employee. So you will have that element. I think the other thing to think of over time, when we looked at the employee contributions and so forth, since January 2013, we have the Public Employee Pension Reform Act that came into effect, which is PEPRA. And so there you have employees making 50% contribution of normal costs. The amount of PEPRA employees is growing each year, and it's a little ahead of what we thought it was going to be. So over time, that will help the situation, but it's, getting from here to there is going to be challenging.
Supervisor Williams.
I think you've hit an important point, which is if department heads just reduce junior employees, which is the normal order of business, they're going to be eliminating PEPRA employees, which could make it worse. So if you do reductions, you can't just do post-PEPRA employees without putting us into a...
I don't think you can target non-PEPRA employees.
No, but the traditional thing would be just simply to get rid of the most junior employees. I just don't think that's going to work. That's my point. It's not going to work very well at all.
Supervisor to the chair, just a reminder, we do have MOUs that have order of operations for layoffs, and so that is why we're in this bind, but you've hit the issue on the head.
Okay, so the next slide then is just showing, this is, again, pre-recession. So this was our general fund contribution 10 years ago. This is it today. And the intent here is really just to show how the discretionary funds have been allocated. And so this is public safety, the purple. And 10 years ago, we recorded law and justice separately. We now include that as public safety. So the combination of the two is 51%. And as we look over here, the combination of those now is 57%. So we've got 6% more going to public safety now than we did of our discretionary funds. And the one thing I'll point out here, this sub-slice of the public safety is the North Branch Jail Operations Fund. So that's included. That's the $7.6 million we're identifying here. There was no such amount back here, so that does account for 3% of the increase. But nonetheless, it is general fund going towards the jail operations. So discretionary general revenue dollars, general revenue and board funding priorities. So board's recent funding priorities for discretionary revenues are shown here, and the amounts really are the North Branch Jail. So 9.1 is going to be in 17-18. That's the cumulative amount. Actually, that's the amount of general fund next year that will be set aside for the North Branch Jail operations. The fire tax shift, the cumulative effect next year, money that was general fund that has been shifted over to the fire district, will be $8.6 million. The amount for employees with increasing pension costs and other costs is about $6 million from the general discretionary revenues. Historically, that's been more in the $3 to $4 million range. Maintenance, roads, parks, facilities was targeted to be $4.4 million. That's the original dollar amount from our maintenance plan. If we do it based on the formula, which is 18% of unallocated general discretionary revenues, it'll be about $3 million. So that'll be something we'll be coming back to the board with. If we leave it at the existing policy, the funding need will be less, but we will have less money to devote to those purposes as well. Department of Behavioral Wellness, I put a question mark on the $4 million. As I said, that was the estimate as of the first quarter. We're going to be getting some updated information from them tomorrow. We'll be coming back to you shortly with the Q2 results and give you an update on how that's looking. And then part of our normal policy is that our strategic reserve is supposed to be equal to 8% of our operating revenues. And so that would be devoting another $700,000 to our $30 million that we already have set aside for our strategic reserve. So the board may wish to revisit some or all of these funding priorities. Staff will have better information after departments submit proposed budgets with their updated revenues. So options for the board can consider reallocation of existing funding priorities. However, we want to first evaluate, in February, departments are coming back with their loaded budgets. We'll have a chance to review those in detail with them. So we'll be able to better assess what the true funding gap is after we know their revenues. In March 2017, we'll come with the service level reduction so we can understand the impacts to county services from those. And then the CEO and the board can then consider the service level reductions, any restorations, reallocations, and those can match up with existing board priorities. And we may revise the budget development policies at that time. For instance, if we said we wanted to change the strategic reserve to 31 million. Once we hit 31 million, we stop there rather than increasing it annually as our operating revenues go up. We could leave it the same, but we can revisit all the policies at that point and determine if there's any reallocation that we want to make. Those considerations could reduce the impact to departments. And next, we're going to talk about the budget rebalancing project, and I'll turn it over to Dennis Pazanich to discuss these.
Great. Thanks very much, Tom. Members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity just to share a little bit about the work our office is doing in collaboration with a lot of your department heads to really look at what do we need to do to adjust to this new reality that Tom's just outlined for us. As I hope you recognize through the presentation that Tom just gave, as well as his prior presentations earlier this budget year, this is a structural change in our budget. It's not an episodic kind of change in our revenue streams because of a recessionary period and decreases in traditional revenue sources. This is a marked change in the cost of doing business for this organization, which really necessitates a restructuring and a rebalancing of what we do with the available resources. And so through our office, we've really taken on the challenge of trying to eliminate this structural budget consistent with the county's service priorities and by aligning the levels of service with the available resources. That's really the overall goal of the rebalancing project undertaken. It's kind of in its simplest form is really focused on 4 different steps. During November to January period, we took some steps to begin to stabilize the current imbalance, and you'll recall the board considered in December a hiring freeze and a hiring review process that would take a close look at vacancies as they come available for their need for funding, the consistency of whether that funding was going to be available in the future, and a number of other aspects of the need for that job. So that, along with other kinds of identified monitoring of the current year expenditures as a way to really prevent any greater harm from coming into the organization. The second step of the process we began in January and will continue through about mid-April, and that process is to really enlist others And in that, we have formed an executive steering group made up of many of your department directors, as well as members of our executive team and our budget staff in the CEO's office, to identify a series of actions that the board may want to consider as we look at balancing the 17-18 budget, as well as then looking at 18-19 and beyond. As you looked at the cumulative changes to those budgets that Tom just identified, we're looking at cumulatively, upwards of 15 to 20% change in the size of this organization. And so there aren't a whole lot of quick fixes, but we can manage a series of quick fixes with things over time to help us arrive at those goals. Part of that overall process and working with the department directors at the functional group level, working with labor, working with others to identify what are those strategies and how do we prioritize those. Part of that will be to create this portfolio of strategies, and a portion of those strategies are things we could implement for 17-18, including both the revenue side as well as the expenditure side, to get to Supervisor Williams and others' comments prior. And then also, in recognition of Supervisor Lavanino and others who have brought this issue up in the past, how is it that we look at program and service level mandates? There are many programs that we may have a legal mandate to carry out, but the level of service and how we carry out that mandate is discretionary. And so in partially for the coming fiscal year, as we look at the service level reductions, making sure that your board has that information as you make those budgetary decisions, and then more fully across the entire breadth and depth of the organization, starting in July of 2017 and really diving deep into that through the end of this calendar year in anticipation of future decisions and implementation of future strategies in 18-19, a much deeper dive at looking at those mandates and the board's discretion, both in the program arena as well as in the service level arena, will be a big part of that project. And then the kind of final step of that is to look at how do we link that then to the strategic plan that ACEO Nisich will be talking about in a moment, and how do we eventually get to a point where we're developing additional resiliency in the organization so that as future events transpire, most folks are recognizing that there could be a recession within the next 3-year period. If we were to have to then absorb the impacts of recessionary cycle on top of these additional cuts, we would, without developing some additional resiliency, which is that idea of being able to kind of bounce back from where you are, then we run some greater risk of increasingly more difficulty in carrying out our mandates. So Tom, change that. So as the executive steering committee got together, we really are focusing on these three questions. What type of organization do we want to be 5 years from now? ACEO Pontus is fond of saying, it's probably not just a matter of just shrinking the organization, but of maybe defining a new shape for the organization. We think about it that way, going from a square to a rhombus or something. And then what do we need to do to get there, right? So what are the steps along the way that are going to help us move in that direction? And then I think most critically for the executive steering committee is, how do we really lead and educate others about how we're going to go about this and why it's important and what does it mean? And so that'll become the critical component of the process going forward. We're really looking at utilizing the talents and the abilities of all of our departmental leaders, but all staff, and having to think creatively, having to think about technology, having to think about the process improvements that are ways to move us to become more efficient and more effective with the resources we have. And then how do we begin to think about working across departments, cross silos in new ways that actually save us resources. So that'll be a big part of the process over the next 18 months. And really, our effort here, and we're using this phrase of working to create one county with one future. That it would be easy in times like this, in challenging times, to kind of become fragmented and disintegrated. And I think we run some great risks, and by focusing, and the Executive Steering Committee has spoken to this consistently, and CEO Miyasato constantly is reminding us of the fact that really we need to be staying together, hanging together, and really seeing this as one county with one future. So I'm going to swerve into the left lane real quick here, and just to talk real briefly about some impacts to the state budget, just to give you a little bit of a taste about what's going on kind of outside of one county with one future. So most of you know the governor proposed a budget earlier in January. What is identified in the governor's budget is revenue-wise a slight reduction for 16-17 and 17-18 in revenue, and primarily looking at personal income tax is one of the places that will begin to take a bit of a reduction in the governor's spending plan. I will balance that by saying the Legislative Analyst's Office has looked at that and feels as though the governor's being a bit too conservative with his personal income tax estimates. So there is a bit of a discrepancy currently. But overall, in the same mode that the governor has been in over the last 3 budget cycles, through obviously increasing revenues, he's also sounded these cautionary tones about being conservative, watching what we spend, being ready for something bad that will happen out there in the future, and putting aside enough of the current revenue to be able to address and use that revenue in the future to deal with challenges. One of the other elements that the governor identified in his budget is the potential changes in federal programs that will affect funding in the state. And in this regard, while he did not put a price tag on that, he really did point out the many unknowns of what is happening with the administration change in Washington that will directly and indirectly affect many of the funded programs in the state of California. And so he merely puts a marker down there that says, that level of insecurity and risk associated with not knowing what's going to happen in the federal realm is something that we ought to use to be more conservative in our budgeting at the state level going forward. One of the big kind of direct impacts for us as a county is going to be this change in the in-home supportive services program funding. Because the coordinated care initiative was discontinued because it wasn't found to be a cost savings to the general fund, that program's discontinuance of the critical coordinated care initiative is now forcing all of us as counties to take on a total statewide $600 million in renewed maintenance of effort payments toward that in-home supportive services program. And I think we've figured out the number here is roughly $2.4 million impact to Santa Barbara County is our current estimate of that, our share of that $600 million. Perhaps some good news in the governor's budget is the increased transportation funding through some fee and tax increases if he can garner enough support in the legislature for this. A lot of discussion around this even today and this week. But what they're looking at is a phased-in approach to increasing the funding beginning in 17-18 budget year and then ongoing. Just to kind of give it a sense of scale, what they're looking at is an average increase over the next 10 years statewide of about $4.2 billion annually in transportation funding. So 4.2 annual average over the next 10 years in increased transportation funding. And the goal there really is to avoid as many impacts as possible to the state general fund. So with that, I'd like to turn it back and swerve back into the right lane and head it back over to ACEO Nisich, who's going to look at how this integrates with the strategic plan.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the board. As Tom provided the overview on the budget and Dennis mentioned our processes that we're undertaking to make sense of all, he referenced the organizational strategic plan, which I think several of our board members are familiar with, but I'd like to give you some insight into that process and how we intend to bring all of these different discussions together. The internal organizational strategic plan really capitalizes on a lot of the work that was done back in 2015 in terms of our overall employee engagement survey. The plan is designed to guide the work of the organization and strengthen our internal processes, systems, and cultures. Setting a foundation for the strategic plan was critical. We spent all of fall, winter, and early spring surveying the organization. You might recall there were interviews with the board offices at that time. We wanted to make sure that we understood what was occurring in the organization and determine if there was anything that was warranted as part of those surveys that deserved attention as part of the strategic planning process. So we basically tried to get a good overview and scan the entire organization via those surveys. We also conducted an environmental scan of the organization, and we looked at such things as trends happening with our workforce. We looked at issues pertaining to economics, what's happening with demographics in the county. We also looked at some of the revenue trends at that time. In May, we actually conducted the strategic planning sessions with all of your department heads. And following that session, we again surveyed the employees. We wanted their input on what we did that day. We asked them to opine on a variety of the different outcomes of the plan, which I'll discuss with you in just a minute. We do anticipate returning to the board in winter, along with Dennis, as part of the rebalancing structure. And we'll have a plan to seamlessly integrate both the work of the organizational strategic plan into the rebalancing effort. I think it's really important to know that the information and work done as part of the strategic plan reflects both the words, the work, and the wisdom of our employee workforce. And so it's very important to all of us to take everything that was drawn from the strategic plan and begin to integrate those priorities into the rebalancing effort. Going a little bit deeper into the draft plan and what we have to date, and in preparing the plan, mission and vision and a values statement was created as well as an action plan. These were drafted again based on a lot of the survey data, the actual environmental scan, and the work done with the department heads during that day. The mission statement is the statement of purpose for the organization and defines what the organization stands for and what we will do well into the future. The vision, I'm sure as you're well aware, sets the focus for the organization in the future and where the organization is going. And those are listed here. The value statements provide a basis for how the organization's members will work to actually achieve that mission and vision and work together to achieve action plan items and frankly items that may result as part of the rebalancing plan. Over 80% of the employees surveyed believe that the values that are reflected up here should reflect how our organization operates and what we should be about as we move into the future. There are more detailed definitions behind each of these statements that will help guide us as we move forward, and when we return to you, we'll provide more detail on all of these. These are just a quick overview. In addition, we identified action plans or key areas of focus that as an organization we'd like to gauge our efforts. And this includes talent management, a little bit about what talent management means in terms of this discussion. It encompasses our recruitment and retention strategies, as well as training, development, and performance management. Organizational culture encompasses strategies to best integrate the values mentioned into what we do and our communication policies. In terms of quality services and process improvements, that returns to continuous process improvement and continuously assessing how we do business and what business we do. As Dennis mentioned, what are we required to do? And what are some of those items that might be just discretionary that we can take a deeper look at? In terms of technology and facilities, this refers to how we're working in both of these areas and how we can maximize our services in these areas to carry out the responsibilities of our organization most efficiently. Again, we'll be returning to your board with more detail on this plan and how it integrates with the rebalancing effort in winter. And And at this time, let's go ahead and go to the next one. So just to wrap up the overall presentation, the recommended actions are that the Board of Supervisors receive a budget overview and update to provide a context for upcoming budget discussions and to review foundations of the county budget and the budget development process. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any supervisor questions? And we've had members of the public waiting very patiently. Mr. Allen?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we're going to go to Santa Maria for Mr. Caldwell and then Joe Armendariz. Mr. Caldwell. Do we have any speakers there in Santa Maria?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, while we wait for public comment, I'll just give my 2 cents. I really wanted to thank Dennis and the whole team, but something you said, and I know is coming out of the CEO's office, is that you're not just, this is a new reality, and this isn't just the fact that we had a bad year. You know, I was just looking at the property tax returns. If you average them out over the last 8 years, it's 2.77% a year. So, I mean, I think we just kind of have to get in the mode of that this is the way things are. And I really kind of look at this as an opportunity for us to kind of recalibrate and reorganize and, you know, move forward. So I'm looking forward to it. And one thing I do want to say that I didn't see in this report, though, is the implementation of Prop 64 and where that may help us. And I know we have a big an item coming before us next month, so I'm looking forward to that.
I just would like to add how, as a new supervisor, this has been a tremendous foundation on which to understand what's coming over the next several months. So thank you very much. Supervisor Wolf.
Thank you. A little bit of a different take than Supervisor Lavagnino, because I was looking at our new reality this year as being a reality of stability. I thought that we were maybe kind of finally out of that recession mode, and I was hoping that we would be at a level of stability. And so we've had a few things that have been thrown our way, and I think the numbers are, you know, difficult to take in, but I have a lot of confidence that we've dealt with worse situations in the past. We will deal with this one, and so I don't know why, but I am feeling confident that things will be okay. And you know what, CEO Miyasato, I really do appreciate your statement about all of us working together, because you know, as I talked about during the probation report, we do have to work together as one county. And I think the more that we collaborate and cooperate, the better off not only we'll be financially, but I think the community will be better off, and we won't be duplicating some services. The value statement that's listed here, I really like that. So I came up with an acronym of TACI, T-A-C-I. So, because what's the one that we have now? The
ACE.
Oh, ACE. That's better. That's better than tacky, but I'll still work on that.
We'll work on that.
Okay, and Mr. Allen, we never did have anyone in Santa Maria who wanted to
Apparently,
comment.
both of the speakers have had to leave.
All right, I think that brings us to the conclusion of our agenda. And so I now adjourn this meeting. We'll reconvene on Tuesday, February 7th, here in Santa Barbara. Did I miss something?
We didn't get a motion to receive and file?
Oh, I thought we didn't need the motion. Sorry.
So moved.
Second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.